Set till PvP part 3. Okay, I think we have everything. Okay, we did the crafter sets last time. That's all ranked. Don't think we need to change anything. I did think about the rankings and stuff, but I think it's kind of accurate for the most part. Some of these could be changed based on the 2 to 4 piece, but like Penalist has better 2 to 4. But 5 piece kills you, so maybe it's still the worst one. But let's just continue with the dungeon ones. We can think more about the current ones later if needed. Also, just probably zoom in a little bit. I think it's a bit small on the stream there. Oblivion not S tier? No, it's like high B tier. Lake Break's probably gonna be A tier. It's more versatile. Looks the same thing as Oblivion's 4. Without forcing you to build around soul magic abilities. It's still good in some cases, but Abyssal Brace. This one is the this one's kind of bad. It's the one that gives your team armor when you're blocking, right? Let me actually open the build editor. Real quick, so we can check the sets if I don't remember them. I think this one is, while you're blocking, it was plus armor or something for the teammates. While you're bracing, you need... Oh, minor evasion. It's terrible. It has 1.7k max health on the 5 piece, an additional bonus, but... This is something you get from Arcanists. Maybe before Arcanists were a thing, it could have been good, but... This was actually released after Arcanist, I think. So it never really made any sense. 1.7k health makes the like slightly better, but let's say this is still low D tier. It has some group utility because for the team, but you have to be blocking, so the block condition is kinda awkward. You drop block, you get CC'd or anything, then goes to minor evasion, right? I think this should have a duration. When you activate bracing, or when you brace, you and your team gains minor evasion for 20 seconds. So if you don't have an Arcanist in group, or if you wanna provide team minor evasion, then could be an option, could be one barable option then. But as it is, it's kind of very, very meh. At least make it one barable. And not require you to actively be blocking. Or maybe if you want to have a set like this that actively requires you to block, it should do more than use minor evasion. I don't know what though. You could maybe like snare opponent, Abyssal Brace, so I think of the like Arcanist Tentacles and whatnot. You could maybe like root opponents when you take damage, or... that would be really OP. You just automatically rooting people. And giving minor evasion for your team. With 1.7k max health on the 5 piece. It should just do more if it's while you're bracing. Minor evasion and what if they gain health regen, like with Zero Banes. If you could make some kind of buff build around like health regen and you blocking and providing team around you buffs, then that could be cool. So if you add health regen to this, that could be the solution. And how much is Zero Banes? Could be a little bit less than that. Serbians also a lot of block mitigation. Oh, it doesn't show up. Oh, because it's a... has to be here. It's 950. Yeah, it can be 950. Let's say 900. There. So maybe no longer... Is it even... I think it's worse than Hunnings right now. Even though it's a buff set. Because the buff is very easily found in any like Arcanist. On any Arcanist, and you can also get it from for yourself from the Wardenburg, which is actually very popular right now. Because it's a buff set, we'll rank it a little bit above some of the other sets here for PvP. Maybe like here. Oh, it's bad. Just have a category for stuff so should just delete from the game because nobody would ever use for anything. But that's the things you want to buff, right? Why would you delete stuff that is in the game? Just less stuff. I don't think that's good. Age Scholar. This one's also very bad. It's better than Hunnings and Julianus, but... No, I have to rank it above Abyssal Brace, but it's D tier. It's just a matter of where in D tier. I think like here. I would rather run Innate Axiom, I think. This is used in PvE. So there's not many ways you can buff it. Without potentially breaking PvE. I don't think you can increase the radius. Because this is used in AoE and PvE, right? Yeah, we just skip this one, no patch notes. Amber Blossom, this one is very meh nowadays, but it's better than lots of other sets here. It's probably low C tier. Maybe like around here. Maybe above Diamond's Victory. Would I run Amber Blossom over Magnus Gift? I don't think so. 15% chance to negate Magicka cost entirely. Versus... Nah, it's better. I think it's better. Maybe it's like here. Ish. The problem with Amber Blossom is that it has to compete with one barable Red's Vitality. For a double bar set, it should do a lot more. I think this should provide you more regions than rest. Right now I think it's 300... Oh, how much was it? 245, not even 300. It is health regen as well. But it should be a lot more health regen. I think it should be 420 regions. 30 more than Redst, but double barred. And as compensation, would get health regen. Would still be worse than Redst, most likely. Because the double bar requirement. Max magic on the 2-piece as well, very restricting. You only want to run it on Magicka builds, really. Fuck it, let's make it 450. Because it has to be double barred. It's the easy way to fix it. From C tier to maybe A. Or high B tier. Apocryphal Inspiration. This is used by bulk groups. We cannot rate it super low due to that. I think it's not one of the like first sets you go for, but you kind of want to run it. So you get the regions from that, allows you to group to use armor bots, for example. So because it's a good support set, maybe it's high B tier. I have some other support sets here in A tier. Armor bot strong they are. So I think it's high B tier. We cannot change that really, nor do we want to. Arcasis can be really good. There's some things you can do with it. In some universe you could say it's S tier because you build around it and it allows you to do some funny things, especially with the siphoning passive. But it's very, very niche, and there's better builds for healing, for example, or troll tanking. But I'd still say Arcasis is B tier. Maybe here. Like high B tier. Would I change Arcasis? No, I think it's fine. You kind of have to build in a specific way. You have to be an Argonian. It's very restricting. Armor of Truth, very meh. Very, very meh. Where do we put Stuns? Stuns was... it's like worse Stuns. Stuns is B tier. Of the Truth is poly C tier, middle C tier. It's like here, like Amber Blossom level. It just doesn't give you enough. The uptime is not great. Poly here. 150 weapon spell damage. Of 160. But the uptime falls off because the off-balance immunity that people have. So I think this should be more duration for a better uptime or just more value. I think more duration. But even then, it's not really bad. 160 weapon spell damage versus, let's say, Rallying Cry, which can have also full uptime. Even if we gave this full uptime, it would not be as good as Rallying Cry. So we'd have to increase the value here. I think 650. Because you cannot have full uptime. But it does buff heals as well. Maybe 600 flat is fine. Oh, what am I doing? 460. Weapon and spell damage to 600. Now it's worth considering. Okay, what's next? Masatun. It's an interesting one. I actually considered using this on the Beam Canist. It is a burst heal when you drop low health. On top of the sustain. It's definitely better than Amber Blossom. I'd say it's C tier. Probably below Order Swan. Is it below Dragon's Appetite? I think it's actually better than Dragon's Appetite. Heartland Conqueror and stuff like that. The problem with this one is the threshold very broken. If it broke a little bit higher, then it would be fine. Right now it's 30%. It could be 40%. Or maybe the cooldown. Cooldown should be like 40 seconds. And the proc threshold 40%. Or maybe even 50, but could make it 40 because there isn't many 40% proc thresholds at the moment. If you make it 50%, it kind of lines up with the Arcanist rune guard. Which is not necessarily a good thing, because if you heal to full and you overheal with the set, you lose the value from that. So I think 40% would be interesting. And I think the cooldown's a little bit too long. So if you have 40-second cooldown, you proc this on cooldown, it would be 481 divided by 40 would be 520 regen. You don't proc it on cooldown, but that would be like 500 regen. Whereas right now it is much worse than other options, like Reds, for example. 232. You wouldn't even gain much if you reduce cooldown by 5 seconds, so small buff that I think is justifiable. But yeah, it's C tier at the moment. Aurorans, this is another C tier, I think, or high C tier. Would I run Aurorans over Corpse Burster, which just barely ever lands? I think so. Would I run it over lots of sets here? I would run it over Ashen Grip right now. I think it's B tier. Like around Stone's value. So fucking trash. Yeah, but I mean, we have Sloweds here, we have Ashen Grip. I think it's B tier. And I think trash, it's very relative. If you look at the other sets here, they're even more trash. Yeah, it's B tier. And I think I would change this by making it proc... making it have higher chance to proc Concussed. Shit radius. No, the radius is pretty decent. You usually want to use it with a gap closer, so you always have it on the opponent, but it barely ever procs Concussed. So I'd add has 15% chance of inflicting Concussed status effect, similar to Frozen Watcher. You could even make it guaranteed, but that would be a big buff. Maybe start small. By the way, it used to work like that. They fixed that. It used to have a really high chance of proccing Concussed. So if you ran charged, you could get almost guaranteed Concussed. It was decent back then, but then they fixed it and people stopped running it. Now it's Carbo. Speaking of Carbo, for PvP, and for PvE2 nowadays, it's kinda trash. Doesn't kill yourself like Pelinos, but it's trash. It's probably better 2 to 4 than Shared Burden. Put it here. Azure Blight. I mean, we have to have a patch note for this, right? This one I think is pretty simple. It was fine, they ruined it. Just remove monsters restriction. Still 20 stacks, right? Because they nerfed it in so many ways that even if they... even if you could proc it on players again, it wouldn't be like the old Asublight. Bunny's Torment, this one is a... is this the one that puts a increased chance to proc shield against the target? And was it Major Maim on the target? It's like a beam. Yeah, Major Maim. Oh, you gain... oh, this is the other one. There's another one that procs... it's like frost damage beam that increases status proc chance against the target. This one's Major Maim and Major Vitality for you. This could be really good. Except 8 meters. It should be 15 meters, and I think the cooldown should be less than it is right now. It could be an interesting set. Could also maybe let people run something else than Major Vitality as the affix of Healing Soul. But right now it's so easy to break. Still above some of these sets, but where would I rank it? Probably like here, it's 8 meters, you have to be right next to someone constantly. It's a long cooldown. Powerful effect, but long cooldown and easy to break. And I think it's a 10-second cooldown. And now it's fine. Gives you pretty nice debuff for the opponent and good buff for yourself. But not with the current restrictions. 50 meters is the same as on a lot of the other Tether sets right now. Bark Skin. This gives you... this heals you and gives you stand back when you get rooted. I think the cooldown's too long. It's kinda meh. Well, it's probably not D tier. I think it's C tier, low C tier. Can be a lot of sustain, but when would you ever want to run that instead of running something like Redst or basically anything else? I think it's 2000 right now, every 5 seconds, right? Oh, it's only 858. And reduced duration of immobilizations and snares. Okay, but that's it's not quite enough, I think. I think 2-second cooldown. It's not like you get snared that often. Or snared. I mean, snared, yes, you can get snared really often, but... I think it's fine. You could be just running his sap and getting heal every second, for example. And the heal is stronger. I think it's fine if you have 2-second cooldown and you gain some stamina instead. Well, let's make it 3 seconds. Let's not make it too OP. Not that it would be OP, but I wanna have a like a gigantic buff to a set. But you can make them slightly better, right? So I think 3 seconds is fine. Rallypire Mono Roxat 3 Heavy 3 Medium 1 Light for DK with Ardenstorm Adric hits like a truck. I mean, sounds good to me. Black Foundry still. I saw one that is set to be good. It's not D tier. It will never be D tier. But it's C tier, I think. I think it's like slightly less value than Iron Flask. Yeah, actually it's here. to rank it above Amber Plasm, which is double barred, but the problem with this set is the cooldown, I think. It should have way less cooldown. This set, for those who don't know, it gives you a free block similar to Templar passive. With a 12-second cooldown. I think they could make it 10-second cooldown. It probably still wouldn't be good, but... would be a little bit more interesting. Black Wolf Grounding. This gives a when you take damage, 3 times dark damage, you plant a like an AoE that reduces the roll dodge and block cost for your teammates. I think it's interesting. It's a support set in a way. I've thought about maybe trying it, but I don't think the buff is good enough. The proc condition is not that easy. You have to take a lot of damage. Or you have to be getting focused. It's not like you get hit by one light attack or something and you get this. But it is a support set. It immediately raises the value. Or potential value. How would I place this? Any other support sets here in C tier? Don't think so. It's probably like here-ish. But I don't think it's really worth running. You have to take dark damage 3 times within 5 seconds. Create a 5-meter area. Oh, okay, that's why I didn't like it. But it's a buff that you get. It's not a... it's not like you have to stand there. 5 meters radius in that case is fine. So you don't have to stand there. You don't have to land it on opponents. You can 5% uptime on this. It's 20% dodge roll construction and plus 12% block mitigation. No, I think I have to rank this higher. This set is just not being used, but it's not like the value is bad. It's 12% block mitigation for your whole group. And dodge roll construction. These are things that are very hard to like evaluate. Because you can't really compare them to other buff sets, but I think we put this in B tier, even though I haven't really played with it. The potential value is good. Maybe I should try this. Oh wait, what's the 2 to 4 piece? Healing take a max health. It's not terrible. It's not terrible. If you've been focused by someone, you will take direct damage 3 times within 1 second. Or 2 seconds. You don't have to worry about the 5-second duration, really. The area lasts 10 seconds. You have 10 seconds to pick up the buff. Okay, I don't want to give this one a patch note because I'm not 100% sure how good exactly it is. Interesting. So you could run this on like, say like Warden Healer. If you have, just have to build with crit riposte on the back bar, right? But I kinda need the Witchman for sustain. Maybe it's hard to run on back bar. You have to switch to back bar and then get hit. But if you're just on 1 bar healing mostly, it's gonna be your front bar, right? So it's not really a back bar set. If you switch to back to like rebuff 1 buff. Maybe you could make this 2 times, but I don't know. This could be for some builds could be really good as a sustain set or a support set. Blind bet induction. This is plus 12% shield size on shields on people who are close to you, and then you get plus 12% healing on targets that are far away from you. I think the value could be better, but this one is C tier at the moment. It's kind of a double bar set. You can 1-bar it if you have all of your shields on 1 bar. Or all of your heals. Maybe like here. It could be 15%. Oh, it's 13, not 12. Could buff it slightly. Make it a bit more competitive. The 2 to 4 are nice. Oh, except the healing done. I would make that max magical. If anyone's still doing Hardened Ward A, like another option. Blood Moon. Set is funny. I don't think it's D tier, but very low C tier. Yeah, I'd rather run Eternal Hunt, I think. So this set increases your light attack speed, but only for melee attacks. I think that's kind of the design of the set. So can change that aspect. But back in the days, I think there was no cap on the light attack damage. It was better back then. You could also run this... fun fact is used to buff the attack speed of more cooldown. And I think the... more of the Infernal as well. Like your pets also gain attack speed. There was some other bugs too with this. That made it not even good, but usable on some meme builds. Deal damage with a melee light attack. 8 seconds. 5 stacks you become frenzied for 5 seconds. I think 5 stacks is too much. And the cooldown's too long. The problem with this is that you can light attack every 0.7 seconds or every 700 milliseconds right now. Which lines up with your global cooldowns of 1 second per ability, right? If you reduce the or increase the light attack speed, it doesn't line up properly anymore with the globals. It makes weaving really weird. I think you could, because of that, I think you could reduce the cooldown and reduce the amount of stacks required. Maybe 4 stacks? Five stacks, 4 stacks. And I'd reduce the cooldown to like 12 seconds maybe. Because when you think about it, if you get like an extra light attack every second, that's would be max uptime of that's for 8 seconds though. So per proc, if you don't count the clunky weaving, you would gain 16k damage right now. But you have to count the clunky weaving as well. I think it's still fine if it's a 12-second cooldown. But maybe you have to be a bit careful with that. Maybe just reduce the cooldown, or just reduce the stack amount to 4. Don't wanna overbuff something. Maybe 3 stacks even. Just keep the cooldown. So the max uptime is less than 50%. Or slightly more than 50%. But it takes time to build it up, so you can't have more than 50% uptime. Yeah, I think that's probably fine. Or is there a way to change the attack speed in a way where you could always land 2 light attacks instead of 1 and get the skill every second? Because if you could make this less clunky, that'd be the best thing for this set. I don't know the numbers required for that. Just trying to think, but I mean 3 stacks would help this set a lot already. Blood Drinker is also very meh. You can kinda build around this with scribing and bleed abilities and... Is it even... didn't they nerf that? It used to be 20, but now it's 16, I think. No, it's 20. It used to be 30. It used to be like 33%. Or something like that. Back in the days. But I made it 20. If you really build around this, you can get good value out of it, but... Is that a good build? I don't think it's like best in shot or anything. So it's probably here. I don't think I'd run it over Shattered Fane. Maybe over Night Mother's case? No, let's put it here. The thing with Blood Drinker is that you have to get more than 50% of your damage from bleed for it to be worth it. If you get 10% damage from a set, it's usually a good threshold where you can start thinking, oh, okay, this is worth running. Whether it's a proc set or a stat set. If you have full uptime on the 10%, or if it's like in CMX of a long pass and you get 10% plus, then that's good. A set that gives you 10%, just flat stats, for example, but doesn't have full uptime, that's not giving you 10%. So it's the same with Blood Drinker. If you get less than 50% damage from bleed, then you get less than 10%. And most of the time that's the case. If you fully build around bleed damage, then you can of course get good value from this set, but you gimp yourself a lot. So I think this should be closer to what it used to be. I don't think it was OP back when it was 30% even. But that was before scribing. I think they nerfed it with the scribing patch. There's more source of bleed now. But I think this should be 25%. At least. I think it's a safe buff. I said that's not really being run. Bone Pirate. I mean, technically more value than a lot of sets here. I'd say it's better than Shackle Breaker, for sure. It's better than Willow's, but I think so a little bit. I think it's like here. And this is also fixed by increasing the values. You need to have a drink buff. There's not many good drink buffs at the moment. Bewitched and Otsogas are both foods. Also have to keep that in mind. This could be 2.5 and 200. It wouldn't be OP. It's not our safe buff. White Fox, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Branch of Imperium. Okay, this is one of the most criminally underrated sets in the game. I want to put it S tier, but I can't. But I will put it A tier for sure. One of my favorite sets in the game. Always gets really, really good value. And it's a support set, buffs your entire team. But even for yourself, it's usually 15-20% damage mitigation. It's huge. It's a bit more versatile than Nobility. You don't need to run the bad skill line. Druid's one piece, I would probably rate it over that actually. It's very close to being S tier. Very, very, very underrated set. I would not change anything. It's already good enough. Burning Spell, we tried that earlier on PTS. We tested if they fixed the bug. Unfortunately, they did fix the bug. Which makes it definitely better than some of the other sets here, but... get some good damage from it. It was for a long time the best stat set in the game for Magicka builds. But is it even C tier? I think it's B tier still. Burning's not bad. No, I think it's high C tier. I think it's like right below Corpse Burster. Above Order Sweat because it's one barable, easily one barable. Let's say it's above Orders, but it's gotta be C tier. And what I would do with this one... It used to have a unique bleed. Not bleed, but burning. You could... not just get the 190 weapon spell damage, but the burning status effect would stack with the normal burning status effect. I think what would be really cool is instead of removing it like they did, your burning status effect can now stack twice. And I'd probably reduce the weapon spell damage if they did that. Because that's a lot of damage you can get. Especially if it's on like everyone. So you'd probably have to reduce this part of the set a little bit. Imagine like hemorrhaging, but you have 2 burning stacks. That'd be cool. Any Corpse Burster bomb builds out there, tired of the pulse? The radius of Corpse Burster makes it very, very disappointing. You can run it with pulse, but it's not reliable. And if you look at CMX, you will get like 3% damage from the set. You can land it every now and then. You'll notice it when you land it as well, but it just doesn't land nearly often enough. That's why it's C tier. Yeah, I would do this to Burning Spellwave. Would be really cool. Unique set. Could even make it S tier or A tier. Allurion. This set has been nerfed so many times. Still alright, I guess. Where did we put Aurorans? Aurorans was... was it B tier? What was a B tier? I think it's like here. Has more range than Asyncrew, single target, but I think I would rather run it over some of these sets. But it's not really... or would I? No, I think it's less than Burning Spell View actually. High C tier, let's put it there. That's a harder proc condition. How the fuck is Aurora B tier? Because Asyncrew is B tier. And I think they get kind of similar numbers. But it's not more than B tier. And there's loads also. I mean, most of these sets are not running like 5+ years that we've ranked. Loads also, I haven't seen it in BGs in years. Doesn't mean they're not usable though. What if Calurions was per target? That would make it decent, right? Or a little bit more usable. Because you already broke it with lights and heavies, it's not like you broke it with AoEs, because then it would be kinda crazy. Per target, there we go. So you could at least maybe hit light attack on someone else and it procs on that target. If it's on cooldown. Cinders, also very underrated. This can get a lot of value. It's not really used that often because of... I think it's A tier. I think it's better than Alchemist. These are support sets mostly. Yeah, it's gotta be better than Ares. I think here is fine. Since it's a really big AoE, gets really good value if you don't have Burning, if you don't have LSS or Ardent Flame. Usually 15% plus damage done on those builds. It's definitely A tier, high A tier. Doesn't need any changes. Combat Physician, damage shield when you crit heal. If I recall correctly. But I think the shield is kinda meh. From what I remember. What's the cooldown? 0 damage per 6 seconds. I don't think that's accurate. Let me find the set here. So the actual value is 4.3k. Yeah, it had terrible tool. It's 2k shield every 6 seconds. How can you justify 2. It's per target, but with 6-second cooldown, how can you justify a 2k shield? It's terrible. It's like doing almost nothing. You should have either less cooldown or a bigger shield. And there's another set that has less cooldown and gives a damage shield on allies. So I think it just needs a bigger value. Obsidian shield is insane combination though. Okay, we're trolling. Where did I put it? Wait, where is it? Placed it somewhere in here. Oh, here. Yeah, no, I think it's below Chimer's Rebuke. Maybe here. This shield deserves to be way higher if you compare it to like Imperium, for example. It's less cooldown, but you have to critically heal. And it's, you gotta proc it individually. You don't proc it in an AoE. Even though the Imperium shield is 7-meter range, it's still better. You can kind of play around that by positioning it differently. I think this should be... can it be 8k shield, which would make it 4k? You basically double the value. 4k shield every 6 seconds from crit heals. 6-second cooldown per target. I think that's fine. We double the totem. What are 616? Won't be OP. Crimson Oath is when you apply a debuff or drink a potion, you get a... You send out a shockwave that reduces the armor of the target by 3k. It's decent actually. It's a like debuff set, good for group play. Or usable in group play. I don't think it's a B tier set though. It's one of the weaker group sets. Would probably place it here though. It's close to B tier. Hey Toigan, how you doing? Hello, hello. Is there a... oh, that's the wrong Crimson. Oh, it's when you... okay, when you cast an ability, drink potion or use poison. It's 12-meter radius, pretty big radius. 12-second cooldown is probably fine. But it could be 10 seconds. The effect isn't super impactful. 3.5k armor is it's like a nice debuff for the opponents, but it gets cleansed and then what? You have to wait 12 seconds. I think 10 seconds is fair for that one. Crimson Twilight, also very underrated actually. Can get good value on max health builds. I'd say this B tier for sure. It's maybe even high B tier when you build around it. Below Oblivion's Foe. I think that's fair. Would I change anything with Crimson? The reason Crimson's good is because of the radius. You can actually land it. It happens quite often as well. So I wouldn't change the cooldown. I'd probably increase the value a little bit. And it used to hit harder back in the days. They nerfed it. But usually on the... when I used it on the previous version of the Beam build that was using Ardent Flame, not Beam, or on the Maxed Arcanist, it was around 7% healing done and 7% damage done. It could be more damage done. There's ways to counter it. Really like good when you stack or are in like middle of an opponent stack and it hits multiple people. You have to play a brawler. I think you should get more value out of it offensively. So you could make it like maybe 0.13 health coefficient. Maybe 2200. Base damage. Point 12, 168, 0.13 coefficient. Yeah, just buff the damage. A little bit, not too much. So it goes to like 10% damage done, and then you get the healing. Now we're talking. Crusader. This is minor courage and a damage shield when you get close. Which could be nice. Get close condition is a bit meh, competes with Rush of Agony, competes with Unleashed, lots of good sets. If it didn't, it probably would be slightly better, but the main issue is the cooldown. It's a really long cooldown. The damage shield is nice actually on the Crusader, I think. It's like maybe low C tier, is it? Better than Barkskin. Low C tier. Yeah, I think you reduce the cooldown to fix this one. Why does it have a 20-second cooldown? Like, what the fuck? You can never have full uptime on the currents. It is a potential group buff, because it's also for group members. I think damage shield is only for you. Yeah, only you get the damage shield. This could be 12-second cooldown. Or at least 15 seconds. 20 seconds is way too long. "15-second cooldown. Now it's slightly better. It's probably still Garbo, but... Doilemis is the kind of meh gank set. It's not D tier, but... maybe like here-ish. It's probably above Threads of War. Let's put it here. There's better options for ganking. You can gank with this if you land a sneak attack stun. But it's not the best option for ganking. It's better burst sets. You have Wanderallen, you have the... if you heavy attack anyway from sneak, you might as well just Noxus Boulder, for example. Don't think it's that great, but... how do we make it better? I think it should proc on off-balance targets. It used to proc on the off-balance stun back in days. So you have to land a fully charged heavy. It's very easy to counter. Hey Blop, how you doing? Hello, hello. Wait, Blop, you like Burning Spellweave, right? If I recall correctly. Made a patch note for that. What if it made your burning status effect stack twice? Because it used to have that unique burning back in days. Where you could have like normal burning and then the burning Spellweave burning both taken. They fixed that. I tried it on BTS. But it should be a feature. Just be able to stack burning twice. Then probably less damage because maybe a double stack burning could be kind of strong. Yeah, it was unique burning, but they have fixed that, unfortunately. I just remember you used that on MacDK, right? But probably not in a while. Maybe it was someone else. Not sure. But yeah, this should be on off-balance targets as well. Any enemy who's stunned, feared, or immobilized or off-balanced. Stunned, immobilized, feared, or... Stunned, feared, or immobilized. Or off-balanced. Okay. Was you? Yeah, I thought I remembered that. Should still be that way. It should be, but they changed that. Yeah, Dolomis could use a small buff for non-gank builds. That would probably put it in B tier. Dagon's Dominion is damage for AoE attacks, but it's not a lot of damage. Honestly, I think this set is bad. I think it might be even worse than Hunning's and Julianus. Because it's very restricting. If you make a build with only AoEs, you won't have only AoEs because you have status procs and light X, and those are a big part of your damage. So I think it's just bad right now. It's like 400 only or something like that. On the 5-piece, and kinda meh to do 4. Oh, it's 492, but still meh. It does buff your AoE heals. But not your burst heal, not your vigor and so on. But it is 200 more potential value than Hunning's, which is almost twice the... Maybe we put it here. If you really want to like build around AoEs, but it should be worth more. I think this should be... It's not 492, it should be 625. Or something like that. It's only for AoEs. So there's small buff. Deep Root Seal, this 500 stamina and magicka when you deal dark damage to a taunted target. It's an interesting one. I don't think it's that bad actually, if you wanna be permablocking. But it doesn't really fit any functional build. I think it's below Black Foundry still. Around the same power level, perhaps. So needing to have a taunt ability limits this a lot. And then you need to find a way to deal dark damage every 2 seconds if you're like line of sighting, guiding to get the sustain, which would mean that you need a sword and board scribe with the dark damage coming from enchants every 2 seconds. It's the only way to really do that, unless you get unless pet damage counts. If pet damage counts, then maybe this is better, but you still need a taunt. You need to run something like the Runic Sunder on Arcanist. Yeah, I just don't see a build where this fits. The concept is nice, but is there any way to fix that? Well, it has a cooldown too, I think. Oh yeah, it needs the 2-second cooldown. Or does it? Stamina and magicka. It is more value than reds if you do dark damage every 2 seconds. It could probably be 1.5. So you can do like a weave, another weave, and not have it be on cooldown, because that can happen with 2-second cooldown. So there might be some ways to build around it. This would make it decent. But I would reduce the cooldown to 1.5. Make it a bit less clunky. all those extra assets should be base 600. Yeah, we're gonna do that. I don't think there's any... is there any dungeon set that does that? No, I think they're in the overland sets. Wait, no, there is automaton, right? Strength of the automaton, yeah, we'll get that eventually. Lady Kumiko, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Shock 1 2 now. Nets stats. Yeah, you're right. It drops from Darkside. Also from Darkside, right? Is it from Darkside? No, Nets stats was from... Damn it. How do I not remember? This was from... Oh, it is Darkside, so you get both automaton and Nets stats there. Okay, I didn't remember wrong. Dragon's Defilement, when you take damage, you apply Minor Breach to the target. Very meh. Minor Breach is very easy to come by. That's D tier, has to be. Maybe even F tier. I'd rather have Huntings and Julianus than this set. Nah, this is some garbo. It's F tier. It's Lair of Martial said. How do we fix this? When you take damage from a melee attack, it's not even a like any attack, but melee attack. And sure, it's to everyone within 8 meters, but it's just an easy debuff to get. You get max health on the 5 piece, but this is bad. This is really bad. Yeah, this could be Major Breach as well, when you take damage from a melee attack, if you want to keep that restriction. Or it could be Minor Breach and Minor Defile. It could do like something else as well, but I think there's also a set that has Minor Defile when you take damage in melee range, so it's gonna do the same thing. Hey Donald, how you doing? I recommend a race for a PP Templar. Depends if you want to do Magicka or Stamina. I think Magicka is a bit more flexible, so I'd probably do Altmer if you want to play any like jab or sweep builds on that. If you want to do dueling, then Breton's always good for Magicka builds. Really good in current meta with all the Boprocs and Sharks and whatnot. Can't actually go wrong with Breton. But if you want to play Stam, then Imperial, Orc. Both good options. Remove cooldown. Yeah, cooldown has to go for sure. I think this could do disease damage. Maybe have like 1 second cooldown. Because the name is Default Dragons, right? Shouldn't that have disease damage then? In Corrupting Aura, applies minor beats and deals disease damage every second. And deals what should be the coefficient? It should scale based on weapon spell damage, right? It's a heavy set. Maybe max health. Because that's max health on the 2, 3, 4, or at 4 and 5. I would remove the max health from the 5 piece. So 1 bar set. So we have a minus here, minus just has the normal bonus. Minus 1200 max health and make the proc stronger. And probably like 600 base tulip. Plus, what kind of coefficient do we need? Should probably be similar to, it has different scaling though, maybe overwhelming. It's also 8 meter. Well, it's 149 base. Maybe more than overwhelming, because you don't get the max magic on. 250 disease damage plus 0.16 perhaps, or 0.155. So then if you have, let's say 7k weapon spell elements times 0.155, with the 1k per second plus the 250, 1.2k per second, 8 meter AoE, applies minor bleeds, that would be good. Remove the max health. Now it's interesting. Is there anything we missed? Can occur once every 5 seconds. Yeah, I think that's fair. You have to take damage from melee attack, it's very restrictive. This one you can just proc when you're on offense, for example. You get similar damage and minor bleeds, but it's more restrictive, that's fair. It's not like overwhelming as a popular set. But yeah, right now this set is F tier. Needs a big buff to be worth running. Drake's Rush is major heroism. They nerfed this recently, I believe. It didn't have a target cap, right? It's only 3 targets now. You and up to 3 group members. Still good, I think. Say support set. 66% uptime. It's at least B tier. I think it's above acrophoning. I think Arcase is probably more on average more ulti, right? And you can do some funny solo builds with that. So you get the siphoning passive and then you get the ulti from the Arcases. You have almost 100% uptime on some ultis. So I think it's probably here. Because you have more uptime with Basalt. More applications for solo healing than Drexus. So you probably want to run in a... You don't want to run it in a bigger group than 4. So it's very restricted for bulk groups already. I think it's here. And I don't think we want to change it. You don't want to remove the 3 people cap, because then another buff set for bulk groups. Fuck that. Strugglehawk. This is just max stam. Are there any good ways to build on max stam nowadays? You have some healing sets. The scale based on max stam, max magicka, and maybe you can do a stam healer, for example, but I think it's D tier. But how D tier? I would rather run Deathswing. Was definitely the most B tier set. Used on DK healer, it was okay at best, niche set. Yeah. Yeah, it's not A tier like nobility. If you play Bone Tyrant, nobility is really good, but this one actually in previous tier list, I think it was S tier, which was really good on Necro. But now you don't want to run Bone Tyrant unless you play a Bashcro, so it's a lot more restrictive. Order rate recovery convergence, no, that's a trial set. I think that's a little bit later. But spoilers, it's gonna be rated very high. So that's this kind of OP. I don't have it. I've heard from people, I've seen screenshots, CMX screenshots, where it's giving everyone more sustain than Red's Vitality. Everyone in your group, which is kind of ridiculous. But yeah, what did I do? I did the what was the previous one? Is that the Drake's Rush? What do we have next? What was the Drake's Rush? And I didn't skip one. It is disgusting, it is. I don't have it, I need to farm it. Which sucks. It's hard to find a group for that in vet. Draken. Some of you are gonna be disappointed by my Draken evaluation, but I don't think it's B tier. I just find it disappointing. Or if it is B tier, it's low B tier. I'd say it's probably high C tier. Like maybe below Corpse Burster, or... It's close to B, but yeah, I don't think it's that great. Comes with the downside, and the upside is not really... You'd think it's noticeable, but it's not that noticeable. Especially in today's meta. I actually liked it better back when it was a debuff on one target. And you got like twice the value for a few seconds. The design was better back then, but I understand it has a different design now. We're not about to completely change it, but I think it should be a little bit better. But how much better? I think 400. It's like a... It's a pretty big buff to it, but I think it... Maybe 400 is too much. 300 and... 360. 10% buff. Or 380. I think 380 and it won't be OP. If it goes from like 8% damage increase, 7% damage increase on average, to 9%, that doesn't make it OP. Red to release? I would, but I don't want to change too drastically. Some of these sets. It was really fun back in days. You could debuff someone with Draken and do like rapid strikes or a crossing shock, and this would be giga damage, but they changed it. The only thing that I think should be reverted is Azublide. So far. But yeah, I don't rate it that high. C tier at best. Dragon's Rest is when you heavy attack, there's a like AoE heal beneath you, a skill based of Stam or Magicka. It's not F tier, it's not D tier, it's like C tier, I think. The heavy attack restriction is a bit annoying. It's very often when you're healing, you can't really go for the heavy attack, because then your teammates die, or you die. So for a healer set, that's it's not super ideal. I'll probably put it here. And I think you can keep it full heavy, but oh, it's 5 meters? Okay, actually. Has to go down a bit. I thought it was 8. No, it's D tier. Well, let's make it 8. 5 meters is ridiculous. It's like, who's gonna stay in a 5 meter AoE? Already having stationary heals is not ideal. People wanna move, they don't wanna be restricted to an area. Especially if it's 5 meters. Like, someone puts a fucking graveyard there, it's already covering the entire hill. Or a Cinderstorm. No, thank you. I think honestly this should be 10 meters. It should be twice the radius. Then you can do full heavy and you get a big AoE hill. At the cost of having to land a fully charged heavy. Can keep the 10 second cooldown. Yeah, no 5 meters? No thank you. Keep your 5 meter AoEs. Droking, F. Major expedition when you get a kill and you get major brutality and sorcery while it's sudden. Or is it only after you get the kill? I think it's at all times, right? At all times. Yeah, but this is just the worst Rattlegate. Rattlegate has 171 weapon spell damage instead of major expedition when you kill something. I don't know how this could be made better. Is it F tier though? I think it is F tier because you have access to like so many good major brutality and sorcery buffs nowadays. That Rattlegate is also gonna be lower ranked than previous tier list due to subclassing. I think it's F tier. So if you wanna keep the current design, not change things too much. Major expedition. When you kill an enemy, gain major expedition. When an enemy you've recently damaged dies. Major and minor expedition. Now maybe you could think about running it, but it's gonna be very meh still. Draw seconds close, that's 129 weapon spell damage against anyone who, or for every bleed you have on the target. I think it's very meh. It's kind of the same issue as Blood Drinker, but it's even less value than Blood Drinker. Blood Drinker I think was C tier. This one is gonna be D tier though. So you never get 20%. Yeah, no, I think this one is... it has some weapon spell damage on the 5p, so you can't rank it less than Julianus and Hunnings if like one Renning status is gonna give you more value than these sets, but... I think it's probably like here-ish. It's probably above Innate Axiom. Yeah, it had 129 base. It's only 103 actually. But you almost get the same as Huntings with just one Renning. I think the hemorrhaging also counts, so you actually get more. So you have the Renning slashes bleed and then you have the hemorrhaging. But it should be way more, because there's not that many bleeds you can stack. It would be Soul Burst, Contingency, Soul Wield, Renning slashes. Hemorrhaging. So if you want to have a meme build, you could have 1200 with 200. With 103 you get 600, which is terrible. Or 700 if you count the 129. So this set is definitely Garbo right now. I think it's worse than Innate Axiom. But it's better than Huntings. Poly here for PvP. $200 would make it more usable without breaking the game. Dune repair scales, that's when you block in, your teammates gain, you have like an aura around you, they gain armor, right? Oh wait, no, that's the other set. This one is just for yourself, right? And that's an F tier set. It's not a lot of armor. Yeah, you gain 5.3k. That's a set that gives stat for your entire team around you as well. It's terrible. It's worse than... this is actually has to be worse than fortified brass, because you're not always poking. You get CC'd and whatnot. I think it's here. F tier. Hey, what's bread? Any S tier dungeon set? Not so far. Kin and Gerald, S tier surely? Where would I rank those? Kin, probably A? Low A? But I haven't ranked them yet. In general, you kind of build around it, could be S tier. So you're gonna build around it, and it's really effective. But it's not like super versatile, it's worse in group fights and BGs and stuff. Dune Repair, how do we... Dune Repair, honestly, they could triple the buff. And you're still vulnerable to getting CC'd. The moment your block drops, you lose all that armor. And it's only for yourself, right? This armor. But then would it be OP and PvE? The thing is, there are sets right now that give you more armor at all times, whether you're blocking or not. So I think this could be at least 10k. I think if you make it 15k or something like that, it's gonna break PvE. There's not as many unavoidable CCs there. But yeah, still very bad in PvP. If you make it 10k. But slightly better. Durox Pain, take melee damage, you put a major defile on the target. It doesn't last long, major defile kinda easy to get as well, or semi-easy. It's quite common. Shed burn on bottom of the F tier, how come? Because it doesn't work in PvP. Saying your build sucks. No. The only two sets you know at least 5 more. Well, there you go. And Durox, I don't think it's D tier, I think it's C. I think it's C tier. It's kinda easy major defile application, but how C tier is it? Is the question. I'd probably rather run twice Bone Star. So, I mean 18% crit damage. If you don't have Shadow. Yeah, I think here-ish. It's kind of the same value as Naga Summon. It used to be meta. Used to be one of the few ways to debuff healing back in the days. I kinda missed that. Is there any way to bring that back in some way? I think they should apply a unique heal debuff. We don't have many unique heal debuffs, we have Gerald. I think Durox and Fasala Slaters, they should both apply unique heal debuffs. It's when you take damage. It's not even melee damage. I need to articulate this better. Detain me for 5 seconds. Reducing their healing receipts by 4%. Oh, healing receipt and damage shield strength. But should this affect damage shields too? I think so. But this could be really annoying. I think we need sets like this, but the proc condition is really easy. They just increase the cooldown. Oh, it's already 7 seconds, so you can have 100%. Yeah, okay, I think this is fine, because no one uses this right now. It's not like if they buff this set, make it a unique heal debuff, that everyone's gonna use it. But I think there should be ways to build around heal debuffs, especially in the current meta. If you wanna debuff heals, you should be able to. What does Jarl say? What's the language used on the set? Oh, wait, here. Applies a stack of malady. So do we need to come up with a name for the debuff? When you take damage, apply Durox Bane to the target, reducing their healing received and damage shield strength by 12%. For Durox Bane for 5 seconds. There. You either do this or maybe they should. Maybe it should be Vasalas that does that. Vasalas used to be a unique heal debuff back in the days. They changed that to minor defile and no one uses this anymore. I think we should keep Durox Bane as it is. But reduce the cooldown. 7 seconds is unnecessary. It's very easy to get major defile. It's blast spawns or like there's better ways to get it than using Durox Bane basically. And we do the unique heal debuff with Vasalas instead. I think it's a better candidate for that. Yeah, this should be... Oh, also, it's not per target, is it? It's just a universal cooldown. Oh, no, it's per enemy. Cooldown per enemy. Should be 4-second cooldown per enemy. Small buff. Okay, moving on. Get general effect, give 3% healing reduction back to attacker for every stack. Nah, it's too complicated if you need to run like 2 different sets to combine them. So she's never gonna... That's just fantasy patch notes at that point. You wanna stay realistic. Where do I put Durox? Here. It's poly CTR right now. Ebon Armory. This one is actually used by bigger bulk groups. So we can't rate it super low, but it's not the highest value buff set. So I'd probably rate it about here. It's like if you have every other buff set, you might as well run Ebon. And I don't think there's a way to change it, nor do I want to change it. It's already really good. When you have every other buff set. So it's definitely gonna care about the other nodes. No, but I wanna keep them realistic. I don't wanna have any nodes that are like too complicated that you could never see happen. Like these are nodes that make sense, that just are easy to implement and there's no confusion. It's just very small changes that make the sets better. Just change the numbers, right? Like add some proc condition. It's nothing that really is new here. It's just better. Well, there's something new, like like some of these are new, but it's like not complicated. What's next? Elemental Catalyst? You can buff this because PvE. But for PvP, this one is kind of meh, right? Or it's maybe not that meh. It's for your entire team. People run this in bulk groups, right? Or in GVG comps. Yeah, because that's it's a damage taken debuff. It's not for you, it's for your entire team. So I think this one is pretty good actually. For solo play it's not that great. It's probably B tier for the GVG. There's probably more important sets, but this one's definitely a consideration. It's 15% damage or crit damage taken for one target. Because there's gonna be things like Lucent Echoes, which is 11% to like AoE against everyone at full uptime. There's gonna be things like the Saxlil Major Force 20%. Which is not a unique debuff, but that's gonna make it to A tier probably. And then you have Rallying Cry and stuff in S tier eventually. Once we get to them. Ember Shield. This one is kinda meh, but how meh? I'd say it's C tier. Probably around here. And the problem is simple. The problem is very simple with Ember Shield. It's 5 meters. Like what you get from it is really nice. It has a proc condition of completing a fully charged heavy attack, which means that you don't actually need to land it. Someone can dodge all your ice heavy, you still get the buff. All you have to do is just complete the heavy attack. But the radius sucks. And the duration sucks too, actually. You don't want to do fully charged heavy attacks every 6 seconds. Otherwise this could be good. So again, 5 meters terrible in PvP. I would make it 10 seconds. Okay, simple fix. Essence Thief, well, it's not gonna be S tier because it's very limited to dueling. But I would say it's here, A tier. It's not really that great in open world or BGs, but it is good. It is good on the builds that use it, but you can replace it with something else. The build still works. I'd say A tier. Around here. Won't change it. Flame Blossom is also kinda alright. It's kinda like less flexible cinders. It's definitely B tier. I don't want to rate it above these sets, but maybe above Etheric Cleanser. Yeah, I think it's fine here. Would I change this set in any way? It would be nice to have max, instead of max magic as weapon spell damage, but it's actually nice to have, in a weird way, it's nice to have max magic alliance and max stamina alliance, because that still makes your attributes mean something. Sounds weird, but otherwise, like, everything's just whatever. You go Magicka, you go Stamina, doesn't make any difference set-wise or like how you think about your build. But when you have max Magicka and max Stamina lines, that still makes you think if you should run a set or shouldn't run it. That's the only thing you could think about changing is the max Magicka to weapon spell mass, but I think it's fine. I don't think we need Passions for that. Threatening's Nest, this is when you... is it when you take damage, you create like an area that gives you regen and then weapon spell mass after 10 seconds? You and your team, it's a buff set, so it has to be above D tier. Yeah, you create an 8 meter area. You and group members gain stem regen, and when you leave the nest, you gain minor courage. 10 second cooldown. I think inside the nest you should get way more value. Like, then this set could be worth using. If you gain a lot more regen, especially with sets like Recovery Convergence in the game. 168, that's nothing. It's like almost no regen. Yeah, I don't think it's even C tier. It's a D tier buff set right now. I think it's worse than Drago's Rest. Fletchling's Nest. $400. You have to stay in the radius. Then once you leave, you get kind of meh buff with the minor courage. It could be major courage, but I mean, you already get major courage from Olorime and Spell Power Cure. No, I think it's fine like this. Or maybe minor courage should be a unique... instead of minor courage, you should get unique weapon spell elements. Like 300 weapon spell elements. No, it would be worth it, I think. There are other sets that give you this, like the Buffalo Assault, for example, easier application. But then 400 is too much then. 300 recoveries, and when you leave, you get 300 weapon spell damage. Also, I like the idea that they have a funny concept here. You have a nest, and when you're in the nest, you have recoveries, and when you leave, you get minor courage because you leave the nest, right? Or if you get minor courage and minor expedition when you leave. More interesting, right? And 300, 450, or 400. Let's do 400. I think that's that would be fine. That becomes an interesting set. Tusanity, how you doing? Strongest set in game is Blood Moon, right? Wait, what? Okay, we're trolling again. Blood Moon is C tier, low C tier. Ultimate Sword, I tried this. This is a disappointment. This was a huge disappointment. I think it might be an F tier set. You would think it's worth a lot, but I think it was worth almost nothing in my group when I was playing this on a healer. But it is a support set. Would I run this over a spoil like here? It was really bad. Set that increase more than 20%? Oh, you're thinking Blood Shrinker. It's 20% to bleed damage. For it to be worth it, worth running, you would have to have more than 50% bleed damage. which is not really a thing on any good build. So the value you get from that is not really super amazing. Get it on WhatsApp. BG clips, you can post them in my Discord. You post them in the videos. I'm doing a tier list right now, but you can check them out later, perhaps. So full killer's sword, I think the problem with this one is the cooldown. It's when you activate block, you proc it. Proc condition is easy, but it usually procs when you don't want it to proc. And then it goes on 30-second cooldown. I think 20 seconds and it's still bad. So that's a safe buff. %, physical damage or disease damage. Would that be OP even? I don't think so. Swampen, how you doing? Hissan. Vamp Slap training slashes. The thing with Vamp Slap is that that is magic damage. You don't actually buff the direct damage of that, you only buff the hemorrhaging. So you gonna, and you already get that from raining slashes. The Warden Bleed Dot is not a good skill. Continuously bleed is not a good skill, so you're kinda always nerfing yourself by stacking bleeds. So if you have entirely bleed damage, or almost entirely, your light axe will always be a big part of your damage, and so will the enchants. Even if you like stack everything, it's not really that good value. Consider that many proc sets already give you 20% or more than that. There's many stat sets that can give you more as well. Can work kind of. There's many things that can work, but like there are things that work in D tier and C tier, well, maybe not D tier, but in C tier and B tier. There's many things that can work. You can play with them. You can get good results with like Ordesvat and Masatun and Crusader, Oknum, Eternal Hunt. Like they can work, but they don't work as well as other things. So I can't rank them higher. What was I? Oh, full killers, right? Full killers, very bad right now. 20-second cooldown, maybe it's fine after that. Yeah, they're both magic damage, which is actually a good thing. They shouldn't be bleed damage, because when it's guaranteed bleed and you have magic damage, that means that if you play like the usual disdain build, you not only get 20-second bleed, but you also get 20-second overcharge when you proc that from the magic damage. Frozen Watts are very underrated set. This is really good value if you build around it. It's I think it's same tier as Cinders, maybe a little bit less versatile. Not sure, it's very close, but definitely an A tier set. I would not change this, I think. Maybe the radius, but radius is 8 meters, I think, on Frozen Watcher. Oh, it's 6 meters, actually. You could make it 7. No, I'm being biased, I'm being biased. This set is good already. You don't need to buff it. I'll stop myself there. As much as I like the set, it's good enough. Glacial Guardian. This one is when you... isn't this the major resolve set when you root people? When you activate and immobilize. Oh, no, this is the one I was talking about earlier. Puts a tether. Frostamas, and they have a 2% increased status effect proc sense. That's a debuff, it affects your entire group. But 8 meters makes it kinda garbo. And for that same reason, where did I put it? Man, there's too many sets. Can't find it. Is there a search function? No, of course not. You can search for them here, but not where you put them. Okay, hold on. Is trying to buff his builds again? No, I do my best to avoid that. This is maybe slightly better than Bunny's because it's a unique debuff. Major Maim and Major Maim on target and Major Vitality for yourself is really nice, but so is Status Proc Sense for your entire team. And the small frost damage. But 8 meter radius, who thought that would be a good idea? If you make it 15, like Water Sun Destro and what's it called? There was the other Tether set earlier, then it's maybe decent. So we go from 8 meter, oh, it's behind the camera, to 15 meters. And then it might be usable. And I would not have a 12-second cooldown on this. I think this should be 8-second cooldown, same as the duration. Oh. Oh, it has 12 meters, but 12 meters still sucks. Breaks at 15 meters. Cooldown. Second cooldown. So you don't want to have multiple beams, right? Oh, what's the proc condition? It's when you block. Honestly, you could have multiple of these. It could be interesting, but let's not overbuff. This one would also already be a big buff. Maybe like 7 seconds cooldown, so it doesn't drop off suddenly, or 6 seconds. You could half the cooldown, won't be broken. You can re-proc it. Prince up for PP, Spec, Ali, and Clever. To 3k Path to Light. To 5k Executioners. Nice. You get 13% crit damage from... isn't there better options than Back Ali? We'll probably get to that at some point. Clever is really nice for stats though. Now, if you think about crits, as you have monomate, right? So you have major force. You would get more from... I ranked this kind of low, but... If you can proc the stage effects, then you get 15% from Elemental Catalyst, for example. If you run Gap Closers, then Farsider would be more crit damage. I don't know, I think Gourmand is usually not super high value. If Seasonal, well then Saxleel would be more. Especially with Baylock, you already get the... you already wanna proc the ulti before for the damage, right? So you get 20%. And that 20% is worth more than like if you don't get the ideal to the 4-piece. You still get more damage because of the 7% difference in damage, right? For example. If you want to keep Seasonal. But yeah, there's some better options than Gourmand usually. Gossamer, I believe people don't really run it in bulk groups nowadays. There was on Quick Cloak. I still think it's a good set, like it's not a bad set. You could run it in smaller groups, but where would I rank this? I don't think it's B tier. High C tier? It's probably fair. Maybe here. It's Maze Evasion. Was there some other reason why Gossamer wasn't being used? Heal yourself or an ally? Is it because you don't proc it if you overheal? That might have been it. Yeah, Fast Strike can be like 20% plus crit damage if you hit someone who has Rallying Cry. Then you get 40% of their... It's for the like everyone, it's not just for yourself. Fast Strike is a really good set, actually. But someone with base crit resistance and Rallying Cry is at 45%, so you get 18%. If they have 1 or 2 impend, then you get 20% from that. And everyone else gets that as well, who's hitting that target. It's kinda toxic, actually, if you use it in a group. Same with Catalyst, it's also a group buff. Makes everyone do more crit damage against the target. So that's something to consider. I don't know you build if you run things like Crushing Shock or something, but probably not if it's Baylog and Clever. It's probably a bit more of a melee build, but there are some other options to consider. Yeah, Gossamer, I think it doesn't proc from overhealing, right? When you heal or overheal, and now it's more usable. Because the reason I think it was explained to me, the reason people don't run the Gossamer in bulk groups is because everyone has the damage seals, and you don't actually get the you don't always have evasion if that happens. So you can get bursted by the other groups or like bombers and stuff. Whereas if everyone runs Quick Cloak, then you can have 100% uptime on it, and you get good damage from it too. Or I think Deadly Cloak, because these cringe bulk groups run they have someone with the Alliance War skill that gives Expedition. But I still would run a Quick Cloak though, you need to refresh it less often. It's a 20-second duration on Deadly Cloak, 30 seconds on Quick Cloak. That little small damage increase is probably not worth it. But anyway, let's move on. Gossamer can be made better if you just add the overheal button. Grave Guardian, is this the one? Is this the one that gives armor to your team when you block? Yeah, this. It's 4.4k. Nearby group members. I think it's an 8-meter radius on this one, but is that good enough? Someone seizes you, everyone loses their mitigation. I think it should be higher value, perhaps. It is definitely better than Rune Repairs right now, though. But it's a D tier one. Should be like 6k at least. Maybe 7.5k should be fine, because it's when you block in. Maybe even 8k. Someone seizes you, everyone loses the armor. You lose your mobility while you're blocking anyway. Is it better than 80 Scholar? Probably put it here, because it's a buff set after all. Maybe like here. Or 430 to let's do 7.5. Sounds like a big buff. It is a big buff, but trust me, it uses could use a big buff. That's just how much power creep there's been over the years. Crave inevitability. This minor force and major force after you do after you stack 5 light decks, you can have full uptime. It's very low duration. I think it's 5-second duration, so you usually lose all of your buffs before you get value from this one, but it is not D tier. You get some pretty good burst if you stack in. I think it's like here. And there's a way to make it better. By increasing the duration. Not to 10 seconds, because that would be maybe too easy at that point. It's every 0.5 seconds, 5 stacks you get the major force, and... Oh, right, you don't get anything. I forgot about that. Until you stack in. It could definitely be 10 seconds then. And you give minor force for group. How would you balance this? Because if you you don't want to make it a 100% uptime major force from 1 bar. Which I think it would be with 10 second duration. With 5 seconds, if you go back bar, if you have to like heal, it's gonna drop off and you have to build it up again. But 5 seconds is not a lot. Maybe the stack requirement is too much. Maybe it should be like 4 stacks. I think that would be fine. It is a strong buff you get. Still gonna be bad because it's gonna fall off when you go defense, but... Grizzly Gourmet. Ever since they nerfed Empower, or changed the Empower to be Garbo in PvP, this set has been... I mean, it already wasn't that great, but after that it got even worse. If you get lucky, you can get good value from it. I think you get major force, right? This leaves sweet rolls when you deal light deck damage. Oh, but you have to stack it. At 3 stacks. It's faster stack than the other set. That we just rated. Yeah, you have a chance of getting major force for 10 seconds. Just kinda sucks because there's one useless buff. Okay, here I would make it 10 seconds, because the RNG what you get. Seconds, and the sweet roll can last 5 seconds, so there's a bit of a urgency to get it. That's fine. It's also for allies. Just make the buff or the stacks last 10 seconds. I think that's a lot more usable. Griffon's Reprisal, this gives you a synergy, but it is very clunky. I still don't think it's D tier. It's actually pretty good damage if you land it. But your teammates can yoink it, which is a problem. But it's good damage, so we probably rank it above Pestilent Host. If I'm gonna land more of that than Pestilent. It's not above Night Motors or Shattered. Not above Blood Shrinker. Poly around Doilemis value. I think the problem is the clunkiness and people stealing it. Because you have to find the enemy you dealt crit damage to. I think it could be 10-second cooldown, because you can only use synergies every 20 seconds, so you have a cooldown for yourself, no matter what. But I think if your teammate steals it, then you should be able to proc it again after 10 seconds, not after 20 seconds. So besides just fixing the targeting, I don't think there's a way to do that. Because it's like based on the who you critted, right? So you have to be targeting that person to see the synergy. In ideal world, you would just see the synergy. And then like you click it and it flies to the target, but that's not how it works. So we'll add some notes here. Allow synergy to be used when not directly targeting the person you critted. We'll add a note there. Cooldown. We still reduce the cooldown. I think that's fair. Would make it a lot better. Hack-Raven's Garden, that's a major protection after you drop below 50% with a really good cooldown. Very short duration. It's for your team, but it's not good. I think it's probably worse than full killers even, because of the cooldown. I think it used to be unique damage reduction. It used to be a 50% damage reduction within the area. This was actually kind of insane back in the days. In theory. It wasn't actually in practice, but you had a unique buff on this. Now it's a major protection. It's 8 seconds of major protection within an area. And I think they removed the 50% because of PV or something. It's probably broken there. Honestly, this could be... it's only within the area, this could be 5-second cooldown, it wouldn't be broken instead of 30 seconds. But you could make it a... you could make it a 10-second cooldown. Won't be full uptime. Still not gonna be good. Like this says that give you full uptime on that. Like the Arcanist class said. And even that one is not ranked high. There's mythics that give you full uptime or when you're on defense. Major protection is not that... it's not worth that much to justify 30-second cooldown. In any universe. Wait, where did I put it? Oh, here. It's probably F tier actually. I think the damage shield and the sustain. It's not within a radius, it just procs. It's an F tier set. And in the dungeon, when you get the... because it's based on the mechanic of the first boss, where you get like knocked out of the... like, there's like a bramble thing that goes around the boss, and there's a knockback. You're not allowed within the area. Would be cool if there was something like that. But that would be a bigger rework. You could have like major protection and knocks enemies back or something. Actually, why not? Knocks back nearby enemies by 8 meters. Or maybe a not like 8 meter knockback, but 5 meters or something like that. Would be a good set if they did this. Or for like a healer. Because you don't necessarily always have a CC if you don't have Ward and Class Grim. Yeah, maybe on a 10-second cooldown would be a bit annoying. Let's make it 15. Knocks back enemies within 8 meters. Or what does it say on the Deathwind? Something small for Deathwind? No, I think we gave it a heal or damage, I think. Can occur... oh, just a reduced cooldown. So we could have Hack Ravens be on 15-second one. But you get like an area with major protection. It's the only difference. Plus 7 seconds cooldown for a major protection area. And not full uptime on the major protection. And we could have just a knockback and not a stun. Knocks back enemies within 8 meters. I think that's fair. Full tanks would be even more annoying. I don't think they would run this. I don't think major protection is that good. Or a long cooldown knockback. Hand of Mephala. This is it minor breeds and poison damage when you take damage? Skills based on armor. I think poly F tier, maybe F tier. It has damage to it, it's a proxen. Bad ones would? Yeah, but they would be slightly less bad then, right? They would have more fun. Ooh, move speed debuff. And minor breeds and poison damage. But I think the 4 meter radius. And I think it's not an aura around you. You leave an AoE behind. So I think if they just increase the radius of this one. It's 5-second cooldown, doesn't need to be super high. Or super large radius on this one. Have less fun though. Troll tanks should not have fun. Nah, but there's ways around then. We already buffed a lot of the healer sets too. That bad healers might be using. But we're gonna buff the good or bad damage sets too. It can't be biased. Defeats the purpose. So this would be, I think 7 meters or 6. But it's not an aura. It's like just below you. Leaves an AoE. So I think it could be 8. And I think the snare could be stronger. Let's make it 50% snare. It's supposed to be some like spider webs that trap your opponent, but the snare is barely better than the grinding slashes. And the damage is non-existent, by the way. 207, and I think if you really stack armor on this set, Oh, and you have to be within the radius to actually take the damage. Yeah, it's 0.12 of max resistances. So if you have, let's say you have 80k, you have 40k armor, both spell and physical resistance. Wait, this can't be right. You would have 10k tooltip? I don't believe that. I don't believe this set gets a 10k tooltip. But even if it does, it's delayed. You get out of the radius, you take 0 damage, right? I think this would be fine. But maybe 40% snare. Or less radius. I think less radius. Let's do 7 meters. I don't believe this gets 10k tulip. I think I've seen... I looked at that on my Arcanist with 40k armor and it had like 3k tulip. I'm pretty sure it's super low like that. I think this max resistance thing is not the combined resistances. Like it's just one of them. So it's probably half of that. So it was like 5k or something like that. But yeah, right now this is very, very meh. I think better than Julian's and Huntings, but not very good. It is a proc set though. I should rank it higher just do that. Maybe here. It's probably more reliable than Legacy of God, or maybe not. It's like a bad proc set. Hanus Compassion, this is when you rest, you give major heroism to whoever you rest. I think. Which is not very good. Or you and the ally you rest. Yeah, that's terrible. It's 15 seconds, but I don't know about this one. How would you even rank set that requires you to rest someone? West Kalgranak. I put it here because the rest speed. There's people who run Kalgranaks on Templar in Citadel, and they're like battlefield medics that just immediately rest their friends, but this one doesn't increase the rest speed, and I don't think it should. We don't want more Kalgranaks. One is enough, but it should do more than just major heroism. Right now it's really bad. I think F tier. Even if it was major and minor heroism, it would be bad. But it would be better. Kinda lazy, but... Haven of Ursus, this is a synergy when you drop low health that gives you a big damage shield. Used to be very funny back in the Harmony days, but... Now it's just a bad defensive set, I think. It's kinda like Imperium, but only for... Oh wait, no, it's for your team, but it's very clunky. I don't think it's D tier though, maybe it's C tier? It's kinda like just worse Imperium. You can only use the synergy every 20 seconds because the synergy cooldown. You have to take damage while under 50%. It's summoned at a random group member. I mean, it has potential if you play this in a group, but you have to drop below 50%, so it's not gonna proc as often as Imperium, which is just when you take damage. I think this probably still C tier, probably like here. Probably around here. But how would you fix this? Would have to be when you take damage at higher health than 50%. I think 75% even. I think that would be fine. Make a, how you doing? Hello, hello. Dot dot dot. What do we have next? Heme Joss. This used to be interesting when it was bugged. You could get the major berserk. I think if any blast spawn died in the BG you were in. And there weren't many other sources of major berserk back then. But nowadays it's really bad. You got a better buff than Julian's and Hundings, but the proc condition. But I think you have some base stats on the 5 piece. Yeah, you have the 129 weapon spell damage. Within 28 meters of an enemy you're in combat with. But it doesn't count blast spawns anymore, I think. I don't know how to rank this one. I think it's better than a lot of sets here, but... maybe like here... no, it's better than Shackle Breaker, what am I saying? I think Innate Action is better than Shackle Breaker. Maybe here? 10 seconds to 15 would be a big buff. But what about 12 seconds? Small buff? Maybe a little bit more worth using, but... let's move on. Heroic unit is when you... isn't this the one where you... give ulti when you... no, that's Arcade Charity. What's this one? Some major minor protection thing? Oh no, it's the when you activate a synergy. It's one of the newer sets. Major heroism. It's kinda bad. You can't use synergies often enough. I think it's less uptime than... much less uptime than Drake's Rush, for example. Maybe it's better in bigger groups. Wait, hold up. Oh, it's up to 3, never mind. It's 6 seconds only. It should be, I think... 10 seconds or something like that. Maybe that's too much. But I think it's harder to use than Drake's Rush. Wait, where did I put it? It's not D tier. It's probably here. It's only 3 people that get the buff. It's just easier. You can't really have enough synergies in a 4-man group. Surprised how active of playstyle Troll Tank actually is. It's kind of funny. I mean, depends on the Troll Tank, right? There's a buff set I think here is probably... yeah, it's probably better than Order Sweat overall. We have to rank it. Six-second duration, maybe 8 seconds would be fine. Here, since this, we're just gonna put it next to Ebon. Same thing, bulk groups run this if they have all of the other buffs already. All the better buffs. They still want to run this. Where is... where did I put Ebon? There's probably C tier. Ebon. I didn't put it in D tier, did I? No. I'm blind. Maybe it's in B tier. Oh, there, found it. I think Ebon is more prio than Hirsins. Can't change it. Itis is not F tier, it's not D tier, it's I think high C tier. It's not that bad for a healer. No, I definitely rate it above above Gossamer, I'd say. It's a pretty nice cost reduction for everyone within the radius, I think. I think the aura is like 8 meters or 10 meters or something like that. Full heal and cost reductions. Sprint block, roll dodge, cost reduction. But it is not really used nowadays, that's why it's C tier. Even though they haven't changed it too much, I think it was always like this, more or less. Or maybe they didn't have a scaling before, because they added the max magic and stamina scalings at one point. But it still has the potential to get the same values as back in days, if not more. But I would change the cooldown. I don't see why it can't have a full uptime. Just 10-second cooldown, easy. Wolfang Thirst is restores magicka and gives minor vitality after 1 second after doing crit damage or crit healing. Moongrave Fane. Yeah, when you critical kill or you critical damage. After 2 seconds it explodes, gives you magicka and minor vitality. Some people still run this in dungeons on healers. It used to be very popular, nowadays it's kind of bad because people want to run the buff sets instead. I think, can this be buffed? It's not a lot of magicka you get, minor vitality is kind of meh. It can definitely be buffed, I think. Question is just how much. I think it's a D tier then. I don't know why people run this. Guardian of Seasons gives that, but also AoE Major Covardies. This is a PvP tier list. Can't really stand in an area to get magicka back. I don't think it's even that high. It's a bad healer set. Sustain wise, I think if you used for sustain, that's a. I mean, it's 400 Mac region technically, 380. If you get it on cooldown, which you want. I think this could be 7 seconds cooldown. 50 divided by 7 would be 500, and I think that's fine. Nice seconds, 7 seconds cooldown. Bam. So I have to change the functionality, just buff the set. Icy Conjurer, that's kind of like a bad Winterborn. To control, doesn't do AoE damage, doesn't do burst damage, can be cleansed. But how bad is it? Is it D tier? I don't think it's D tier. There's a lot of worse sets here. Kinda clunky to land on the right target, so Poly, Grip Monster, Paisal tier. About there is fine. If they want to make this set fun, making it AoE would be too strong. Or bad target cooldown. Being a healer, not abusing Winter's Respite. Yeah, I don't think we're rating that super high either. Okay, how about not making this AoE, but making it 5-second cooldown. So you can maybe proc it on 2 targets. Like this cooldown is unnecessarily long for an effect that is avoidable. And maybe some more value that way, but yeah, I wouldn't really. You could buff the damage because it's single target right now, but I'd rather see them make it proc more often, because that way it's less vulnerable to cleanse and would be a lot better. Iron Blood. This used to be very popular actually. Now it's major protection, minor protection. But you get a snare, it's pretty annoying. You don't get a snare if you have Seasonal, because you already have a snare. Actually, yeah, you don't get any downside. And minor ages, yes, huge in PvP. It used to be a unique 33% heal, damage reduction. Or was it 33 or 30? Something like that. And the snare was stronger, I think. I think this might be F tier, because I think the snare outvalues my major and minor protection, which are easy to get. So if you run this set, you're just snaring yourself. And that means that you kill yourself in-game. It's not ideal. So, where did I put it? It's definitely F tier. I don't think it's worth at all. Just bring back the old mitigation, but they probably can't because of PvE. You can't have unique damage mitigations due to PvE. I think that's why they removed the Mist form, for example, and changed things like Hack Ravens and lots of other sets that used to provide a unique mitigation. Now the only unique mitigation, I think, is reactive, right? Because that requires you to get CC'd. But what could we... do here? What if you got... Ooh, I know what we can do. What if you got... minor ages, gain major resolve and minor resolve at all times. Boom. Now you can run this, you get a snare, which sucks, but you gain bar space as well. You don't have to slot Vigor, you don't have to slot an armor buff, you can run Iron Blood, deal with the fact that you're slow, get the major protections, which you could get otherwise. This could be good. Or you could have this when the set procs. So you kind of want it to proc all the time. But I think it's more interesting this way. There, fixed. And won't break PV, because you already have major minor, so... And you have the armor cap anyway. Alright, thanks. Jailbreaker, this max stam on the 5-piece, quite a lot of max stam, and you get minor expedition. It's not actually that bad, but... See death, what's up Ramiro, how you doing? Where do you see death? Why? That is not good. Unless it's your opponents. Oh, Death's Wind? Oh, okay, I see. Because this symbol is right next to enter, I know what happened. You were typing that, you click enter instead of the symbol. Happens to me all the time. Yeah, we went over Death's Wind earlier. Well, I think it was on the first... we did crafter sets first. Or did we? No, we did arena sets and class sets. Crafter sets was last stream. I think Death's Wind could be good if it was... instead of 15 second cooldown, 8 seconds. Because the only thing it does is the knockback, right? And it's only melee range, so it can already be kinda countered. Just 15 second cooldown is kinda nonsense. But 8 seconds, now that could be decent then. If you drop low health, then would be better, but probably still not worth running. Stamina is a minor expedition. This one's kinda hard to buff, because I think it's already pretty good. I think you could have a unique speed buff. Instead of minor expedition. I don't know how else to fix this. You don't want to give it like more stam reason, that's boring. I think just having another way to build mobility could be interesting. It's Wild Hunt basically. But on a 5 piece. Wild Hunt and 142 stem region. Not exactly OP if you think about Monomyth and all the other sets, but could be a nice buff. Where did I rank it? It's better than these sets, but where did I put it? I put it in C tier. Is it C tier? I think it's C tier. 2 to 4 are pretty good. You get some reason on the 5 minor expedition at all times. It's probably fine here. Low C tier. It's like almost the... Jailers Dynasty. This gives you major vitality if you take 7k or more damage. But it's F tier. So very often you never proc this if you fight like dot builds and whatnot. And if you proc this, you're probably dead because you got hit by 30k bow proc. So I don't think this one is good. I think it's like here. Very meh. But there's a way to fix it. It's at 7k threshold right now. It could be 5k. Now it probably procs from like surprise attacks and concealed weapon and stuff like that, but won't proc from dot ticks or bound armaments. Most of frag procs will probably proc it, but depends on the opponent's build. But what you gain is not really that amazing. You already have major vitality very easily at like 100% uptime with healing soul, or almost 100%. So I'd make the 8 seconds 10 seconds at least. There's no cooldown. It's worth keeping that in mind. Slightly better polish still, Garbo. Gerency. This one's interesting. Not D tier, not C tier. I would say it's B tier. Maybe around... I need to play more with this set. This has really good value. And there are ways to proc it. It usually does really good value in BGs. Or really good damage in BGs, but... It's a bit more restrictive than Cinders or Frozen Watcher, I think. You have to run a... ground AoE. No, I think it's low A tier actually. It's better than is it better than Oblivion's Foe? Like high B tier or low A tier? I think it's here. It's better than Crimson. But I might change my mind on that if I find some Giga build for that. I don't think it needs changes. Jolting Arms. Give some armor, it's not F tier. Give some bass damage, but only for one bass. There are ways to cheese that. But it's very hard to do so. Because you're gonna get the extra damage on something like Power Slam, and then if you interrupt someone, you get 150% damage on the bass. And then you get 150% on the 3k that you get from Jolting, but it's kind of like just a worse Demolisher right now. Or Veiled Heritance. Because Veiled Heritance is for all of your basses. It's not like super awful though, it's rated higher than that. Maybe here it's just like a bad bash set. It gives you some armor. But you have to block something. 6-second cooldown, 6-second duration. If you increase the duration, you would get more value on the armor part. If you backbar this. Because you don't want to front bar it, you always have Demolisher on best builds. I think it should be 9-second duration. I think the armor value can stay the same. We buff some of the other armor buffing sets here. Let's make it 9 seconds. Could even be 10 seconds, but you don't want to buff bass builds too much necessarily. Yeah, no, the armor doesn't fall off. It's fully fine there. Yeah, definitely C tier right now. Yorwolves, this one is actually really good for lots of healing builds. A tier? I'm tempted to put this in A tier. Very tempted to put this in A tier. You get more shield duration that affects things like gibbering, it affects the 1 second big shield on Rune Ward. It buffs the buff durations by 40%. Buffs any proc set duration, like major protection from the Reawakened, for example. I think it's more versatile than Reawakened. You can run your bolts without this. I think that's an A tier set actually. And not even low A tier. We have seen there's some Frozen Watcher here. Your bolts definitely belongs there. Don't want to buff pass build at all, nerf them instead. Oh, I get the feeling you're not a big fan of pass builds, Tomato. Kinras, I think this is better than ironically this is better than the Major Force version. but only barely. Because the scaling on Major Berserk is better than the scaling on Major Force when you have a lot of crit buffs already. So you don't have a lot of normal percentage modifiers, but it really depends on the build. So if you have something like, if you play a heavy attack build, for example, then you have 75% damage modifier that's added with the 10% that you get from Major Berserk, and that means that something like Major Force would be more value, and really depends on the build. It's kind of the same bar as Crave Inevitability, I think. And the Minor Berserk, of course, is more common because of monomyths, so maybe it's less. Then again, there could be people using Blind, and then... or use Race Against Time. It's kind of the same. And I think we do the same buff here as with the Crave Inevitability. So 5 stacks, 4 stacks. Easy. If anyone's wondering what Kinras does, it's the same as Crave Inevitability, except that you get the Major Berserk and Minor Berserk instead. You build up stacks, and then the team gets Minor Berserk, you don't. It's only for your team. And you get the Major Berserk. Which is usually better than Major Force. Not many people know that. Even for crit damage, by the way. Even for crit damage. If you have no percentage modifiers at 100% crit damage, or over 100% crit damage, you get more damage from Major Berserk than Major Force. Interesting, huh? Knight Errant is you heal when you use sword mode ability, and it's more damage on the sword mode abilities as well. Doesn't buff the best damage, but it buffs the sword mode skills. I think if you have some weird build, it's better than the alternatives here, but probably like here, something like that. It's not super amazing. So you don't want to use the sword mode abilities really, or you don't want to spam them. But you might want to spam them if this was more value. And I think they could buff the heal part, right? It's like 2k heal or something like that. It's 150, we don't want to change the weapon spellmass part, I think. Because there's also a heal attached. It's 1.5, I think it could be 2.5. Okay, don't need to get too complicated with that. A nightmare. Isn't this minor maim when you take damage? Isn't this like one of the worst sets? Yeah, you apply minor maim. That's no, that's terrible. That's max health on the 5 piece, but that's the only reason we rank it above some of the other ones here. Actually, nah, let's put it there. Minor maim. You could just slot the Arctic Blast. Get that minor maim with a fuck ton of damage attached to it. You can get that with LSS. Everyone already has that debuff. If target already has minor maim, apply major maim. How about that? Bam, now it's good. AoE major maim machine. If you're doing any melee damage, everyone gets major maim. Sounds good. 3-second duration or a 3-second cooldown. Wait, why is there a 3-second cooldown? Oh, because to all enemies, right? Yeah, I think that's still fine. Keeps the team off the set. Just makes it actually decent. Reckless Howl, I think is it is some Empower set. Gives some Empower synergy. It's Garbo. Was Might of the Lost Legion similarly bad? Oh wait, no, it's ulti actually. There was another one that gave Empower. Oh, it's when... Oh... It's bad, it's still bad. You want the Activator 12 ultimate. And enemy recently damaged died, still F tier. I think it should be way more... every 20 seconds should be worth way more, because you have to actually kill something. It's only for 2 people, the ulti. Think about this, if you have 30-second cooldown on Arcases, and it goes to also 4 people, you and up to 3 group members, so you get twice as many people getting the ultimate. And it's a lot more value, because that's 12 every 20, and this is 44 every 30. 44 every 30 equals 1.4 per second. 12 every 20 equals 0.6. So you have quadruple value on Arcases. Why is this set so bad? It's the prime example of them not really thinking. The proc condition is also harder. You can guarantee proc Arcases. You can't guarantee that something dies every 20 seconds. Can occur once every 20 seconds. This should be... even 10-second cooldown wouldn't be OP. 1.2 ulti per second. Well, honestly, there should be no cooldown on this one. But that's the synergy cooldown regardless. Your teammate have to activate it to rely on your team to block it. Yeah, also that. There's always gonna be the synergy cooldown. And 3 allies can activate it. So you want to make it broken in like PvE and trash packs. That's the only reason why I'm thinking about this. So it should have some cooldown. You know what? It's not gonna be broken. 2-second cooldown. You can almost remove the cooldown entirely. Even if you're farming a lot of mobs. That's 12 ultimate for 2 people every 2 seconds. 6 ultimate per second. At the condition that enemies die nearby. That is not broken. Far from broken. And even then, like, there's a limit to, like, if you have you need to have a bigger group to actually do the 2-second cooldown. Because there's a 20-second synergy cooldown in this game. Yeah, even like this is bad. I think maybe they need to... yeah, I think instead of 12 ultimate, 20-second cooldown. How much was Arcases? Arcase was 44 divided by 30. 1.4 per second. This could be 40. Maybe even 50 ultimate. It's every 20 seconds, right? They can keep the cooldown that way. It's probably less weird. Because you don't want this synergy to pop up every 2 seconds or either. That's probably not really ideal. I think 50 ult is fine. with the condition it has. Lamia's song. Wait, didn't we? Oh no, this is the Axcorium we said. This one's potentially not bad for group support, but there's alternatives that are better, which is why we rank it C. It's above Haven of Ursus, I think, or about the same level. It needs to give more. It gives sustain for your team when you use an ulti. The Witchman version, that's only for yourself as a medium set. And it gives twice the value. This is half the value, so it no longer gives you like red's levels of sustain. If you have 4 ulti gen, or 4 ulti per second. It's now half of that. They could buff this, but not to Witchman, unless they buff Witchman as well, which they could, given that there's now better alternatives. That's 51 health and 51 stamina magical. Lamia's was 25. It could be Witchman. 25, 50. Health, stamina. It could be 50 and it would be on par with... Actually no, if you make like really high ult gen build, it would be more than Recovery Con, I think. Maybe not, but... Let's do 40. 40 is probably fair. It should be a little bit better. Because I never even think about using this set. The value you provide is not that amazing. Even if you have really high ult gen. Leeching Blade, actually not that bad. Actually not that bad for max health builds. I think it's B tier. Probably around here. Is it Arcasis tier? Maybe a bit less. I think it's here. Actually get a lot of feeling from that. You play a troll tank. Would I buff this? Perhaps. You could buff the Leeching Blade a little bit. Wait, where did we put Crimson? Okay, Crimson's above Leeching, as it should be. So I think it's a bit more versatile. This should have a less cooldown. I think 4 seconds. I think that's reasonable. So you could have, for a moment, you could have 2 of them up for like 1 second. If you've been circled down. Leviathan. This is just crit sense. Is it more value than I think it is? There's many ways to get crit damage nowadays. Back in the days you didn't want to run it over Harndings, but nowadays I think you do. But it's probably still a D tier. Oh no, they actually buffed it, I think. It's like additional 5 piece now. Oh no, it's still 1500. Max time and crit sense, no, it's D tier. D tier, but I think below Innate Axiom. Maybe above Shackle Breaker. Let's put it there. I think they just need to increase the crit value. Did the same for... there was the... what's it called? the set that buffs crit sense for class abilities. I forget the name. Oh, Cloth the Force Rain. So that's 2037. We buffed it to 2.6k. I think this should be 2037. But would this break PvE? Force Rate you can kind of buff, because you have a lot of damage that's not class damage. On pretty much any build. This is just universal crit damage. Wouldn't this be best in shot in PvE then? Maybe you can buff Leviathan or Mother's Sorrow. Crit sense is really good in PvE. Yeah, I think we leave that empty. Just not very good in PvP. Light Speaker is F tier. It's 450 weapon spell mass to restoration step abilities, I think. It's awful. I think it's worse than Fortified personally. Yeah, I think it's... No, it's worse than Dune Reaper. It's worse than Night Silence. It's worse than Red Eagle. It's probably better than Minor Maim at the moment. But 600 nowadays. It was 450, but it's still bad. You would really have to build around just the rest of stuff else. In the era of subclassing and scribing. This could be 750 at least. Atianline, thank you for the raid. Thank you. How was your stream? Welcome everyone. Doing a little PvP tier list for the all the item sets in the game. We're doing dungeon sets right now. Also doing some patch notes on how to fix them. I think Light Speaker could easily be 750. Or we can keep 600 but also add 129 weapon and spell damage. It's even better. So add a plus here, so it's an additional line here. Hey Dino, how you doing? Still useless? Yeah, but it's less useless. Slightly less useless. I don't know how to fix it without a complete rework in that case. If you have set like perfect Shulk Sounds Torment, the trash around bosses is way better than your idea of buffed Leviathan. Yeah, but you can run that with Leviathan, right? For example. And I don't know how the calculations go. You might make it accidentally like best in shot in PvE. I don't want that to happen. It's only for PvP. Not about to make anything best in shot in PvE. Lucia's Windshield. This is a... when you take damage, I think it's... I think this gave you... gave like minor brittle to targets around you. And I think you get major protection. Some of the newer sets drops in Exalt Redown. Yeah, major protection for you and minor brittle for the enemies. But you have to block 3 attacks within 10 seconds. It's quite a lot of duration on that. It is a group buff. And also a... an AoE debuff that's not always on the opponents. Minor brittle is It usually runs out after 4 seconds after LSS, so it's a good chance they don't have it. And the frost spells, they usually run double, so they don't get brittle. Three attacks is a lot though. Maybe 2 attacks could make this a bit more usable, but it's not terrible. I've thought about using this. Right now this poly... I mean, it's poly around the Black Glove grounding in the air. Sort of cost reductions. This one is minor brittle and major pod. And this one's easier to proc than this one. So we probably rank it above or around the same level. Brought our group buffs. But I would make this one it's a windshield. What if this also reflected one attack? So you could have a difficult proc condition, but maybe get a little bit more out of it. Because there's not many reflex sets, I think. That could be cool. We can add a little functionality to this one. It's also a lot of defense if you reflect a projectile. For 10 seconds and reflects the next projectile. It's the only projectiles, not melee attacks. Enemies within, I mean, what the windshield does, I don't need to type it here. But this could be interesting. You could hold block and then you get a like burst of survivability, and you drop the AoE. So you could maybe use this for like solo healing, for example. It could be a funny set. We have a lot left still. There's a lot of dungeon sets, turns out. All of this later, not today. Lesser Solveld is the budget... unfortunately, the budget recovery con is still good. I did the math on this one, but you never want to run this. Still a B tier set. I'd say probably high B tier even. But the problem is that it doesn't compete with recovery con. Yeah, if you spend 200 ulti, you get 20 seconds of basically Red's Vitality. Or your group gets that. You and your group gets that. It's insane. But this just highlights how good recovery convergence is. Because you won't have full uptime on this, not exactly. You would need 10 ulti per second. Recovery con, I think you... like wind up with similar amounts of resource return, but... or way more actually. So even if you had full uptime on this, you would get more from the recovery convergence. Doesn't make this set bad. We still rank it high, and I don't think you can change it. I think it's really good already. Honestly, I kind of feel like putting it to A tier. Wait, it's definitely better than Apocryphal. Would be here, just... I wish there wasn't one set that is so much better. It does have the max magicka, so you kinda... don't get the ideal 4-piece line from that one, but... And you're stuck to using one ulti. If you wanna one bar it. Yeah, I don't think we changed that. That drops from the new dungeon, Black Gem Foundry. Magica Furnace, this one is not bad, I think. It's probably also for your own sustain. It's probably like C tier, like next to Hites. Or would I rank it that high? I think it's when you take damage when you're under 50%. Magica you gain 7.6k. It's not a difficult proc on. If you proc that every 30 seconds, you get 500 worth of Mac regen. It's not bad. It's probably not that good though. Maybe here. And you could buff this cell. And it wouldn't be broken. Maybe a 25-second cooldown. Now you get 600. Would be alright, I think. If you keep in mind Reds is, even Reds Vitality is 390 of both regions, so 780 worth of value. Getting 600 of one is still less value. Irish Danny, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Oof, we still have 4 rows, almost 5. Maligalik. It's an interesting one. I've actually used this in the past. Low C tier. Maybe like here. As I said, that gives you... it has a cap, I think it's 3.3k per second if you overheal yourself. It does like 33% of the overheal value. Or something like that. Can do 3.3k per second, it's within 7 meters, so pretty decent AoE. The problem is that you usually get very low value because you can't really control it. Maybe now it's subclassing, there's some ways to get some ridiculous heals, and then you get 3.3k, like more or less guaranteed, but... It's 33% off overheal, so you need to heal for 10k. It has to be a direct heal. That's good, so you don't actually pocket from dots. Maybe now this is better. I need to evaluate that. Where did we put it? It's just hard to control. Like sometimes you heal when you're at like 50% health, you heal back to up to full, but the overheal is only like 500. Then you get barely any value from the set, but I think we probably put it higher. Definitely better than Galurian. Here is. Should be fine. And could they buff it? Yes, by reducing the cooldown. 10-second cooldown, 7 seconds. Ten seconds is unnecessarily long cooldown. Medusa, that's crit chance and minor force. From the 5 piece double boss set though, so this is gonna be D tier. Kind of the same bar as... same level as Leviathan. I don't know how they would buff this one either, because you can't really buff the crit sense, because then it just makes Leviathan pointless if you get same amount of crit. And minor force. So I think we don't patch note this one. It is better than Leviathan for PvP though, because you get the minor force. If you don't have it otherwise, always good value, when it comes with crit sense especially. So maybe it's even low C tier for that. But this is a double boss and can't be higher than that. I don't think there's anything you can do that. Maybe it could be like 1000 crit sense. Wouldn't really break the game or anything. And not really affecting PV, because minor force, you already get the crit cap in PV. What's a good number? 1200? I think there's a buff that's 1300. Yeah, you could do that. 13, 14. Same as minor savagery or prophecy. That's probably fine. Best defense set is you're playing for BG, for Stamden. Really depends on the build. We have some of them ranked here. Red's Vitality, Rallying Cries. Probably not for Stamden. Still gonna be good for Stamden, but... defensive set. I mean, Imperium is really good. Have it ranked high A tier. You can just run Elite Torque if you want defense. That's also an option. If you plan on playing a stat build. It's hard to answer without knowing the build. Weird Tree is good, yeah, Maras is good. We haven't gotten to ranking those yet, but those are good options. Mighty Glacier, this is the set where you... if you root someone, your team gets major resolve. I think because it's a buff set, D tier, but... Or do you no, I don't think bulk groups run this. I think they run the Warden skill instead of sacrificing a 5-piece. Wait, this one barable. A Mighty Glacier. I was gonna say, like, how do we get this one again? Yeah, this is when you activate Snare or Immobilize, your team gets major resolve for 15 seconds. I think there should be no cooldown on this. Why is there a cooldown? Cooldown's just unnecessary. No cooldown. Probably still terrible. Or not amazing. We'll still rank it here, I think. No, it's definitely low D tier. Maybe here. Could be slightly better. Moonhunter is when you proc poison. You get a lot of weapon spell damage, really bad. Maybe with the changes that we applied to Cart and Assassin's Guile, it could be better, but I think this could also have a plus 100% chance to proc alchemical poisons. This could have the same idea. Yeah, right now it's definitely D tier. Very unreliable. Probably below Newmont, but above Julius and Hundings. So we just copy pasta the last part. Poison fires increase your weapon spell mass by 600. Okay, now it's better. For 8 seconds, so you can't have full uptime. So you don't want to make it a like full uptime clever arc either. So that would be a bit broken. Net stats, terrible. F tier. Oh, F tier, I think here next to... Actually, no, it's better than Light Speaker. Even though I think it's 400 right now. 400 shock damage. I don't think they buffed that. Yeah, it's 400. Why is it 400? Only the shock damage. Why? This could be... did we do any other ones yet? I don't think so. So every set that's 400 to your X-type damage ability, that's gonna be... I think 700. Or you do 600 and then plus 129. Like with the light speaker, I think that's fine, actually. Keep it... keep it consistent, just across the board. Yeah, I think that's fine. That's actually better than 700 weapon spell damage. This is for everything, and this part is only for shock damage. So you get a little bit more room to use other abilities without feeling too bad about it. But you still wanna focus on the shock damage here. Wouldn't be OP. Keeping you build so much doing that. Nicholas, this is very meh, I think. Is this the one that makes you deflect an ability if you take damage with a long cooldown, really long cooldown? Unnecessarily long cooldown, actually. I think I know what to change here. Deflect the next direct damaging attack made against you within 5 seconds. Oh, when you block. Right, you can only block... oh, up to once every half a second, so every 2 seconds, but... You need to be blocking every 0.25, which is the cooldown on the stem drain. And you deflect one attack. I told Residon. Does light speaker set work? No, it's terrible. I mean, it works. It does buff your restoration stuff abilities, but you don't want to build around restore stuff abilities. You get better heals from scribing and especially with the subclassing from other classes than you do from restore stuff. Not building that heavily around it, at least. You might still want to run like 1 or 2 restore abilities, but most of your healing comes from outside of that. There are 8 stacks. This could be 4 stacks. Four stacks, and then you could deflect one attack every second if you're really being focused, but there's gonna be a lot of attacks that you don't deflect. Would that be OP? I don't think it would be OP. So this is so disappointing right now. Where did I put it? Here. It's not that bad though. I think here. Eight stacks, 4 stacks. Nyx Hound. Oh, this is an interesting one. So I've recently discovered there's a proc condition of completing a fully charged heavy attack, which means that you apply the major cowardice and give yourself major courage the moment you release the heavy attack. Not when it lands, so it buffs the heavy attack and it gives you the extra damage for any other abilities, so it's really good for ganking. You can backbar this, swap, and proc any front bar proc set if you build around heavy attack ganking, so I'd probably put this in high B tier at least. I don't think it's an A tier set necessarily. Just a really good option. Only here. Would I change this? I don't think so. I think it provides good value from backbar. How many sets left to review? A lot. Like halfway through, I think. Or maybe not. Maybe less than halfway. Noble Duelist, PvP list, so this goes... it has two good 2 to 4 Ps, but... it's kinda bad. It's probably still better than Nightmare because of the... Actually no, this doesn't do anything in PvP. Is there a way to fix that? I think so. Let's bring back the heavy tech builds, man. Actually, do we want to? It's 2.1k immediately. No, I don't think you can. I don't think we can. Because that's just gonna replace sergeants. It's gonna be better. And then every heavy tech build just wants to run this one. I think we leave that alone. It's just a PvE set now. And Noxus Boulder, Cockra's favorite. I don't think it's that bad. I think it's pretty good for ganking on some builds. You can pull with that. Spelunker? Not yet, no. What is the obsession with Spelunker? Though I don't get it. I think it's better than Flame Blossom, Listen Blade. It's better than Gerency. I cannot put Noxus Boulder to A tier. Hell no. But we put it above Oblivion's Foe. Because it's really good for ganking. If you build on... Actually, no. Let's put it below. But above Gerency. Gerency's proc condition is a bit annoying. Could you buff this? Should you buff this? Could reduce a cooldown. Why does it have a fucking 20-second cooldown? The delay is probably fine. I think cooldown is a little bit too long. But can you make it 15 seconds? You probably could, actually. But the radius? No, no, no. 15-second cooldown would be more appropriate. Would probably maybe even be A tier for ganking. I mean, not that the cooldown matters in ganking, but you could use it in like other builds than ganking. 20 seconds just makes you feel like you always have to have to use this on a ganker, or it's just not gonna proc often enough. S tier said. It's not S tier. But it's crazy. Oblivion's Edge, this gives you a heal when you kill an opponent and fills a soul gem. It's terrible. I think it's low D tier, unless they gave it another 5-piece bonus. I think they did. Steve, how you doing? What website is that? This one is ESO Hub. It's a tool here. If you go to tools, editor, tier list editor, you can find it there. And there's different tier lists. You can make one for skills, for the class sets, skill lines, or the class skill lines. I think there was one for. I don't want to click on anything because I'm gonna lose my template, but there's some other ones too. I just forgot what they did. So Oblivion's Edge was. Yeah, it has 258 weapon spell damage on the 5-piece, and when you kill an enemy, you heal for 6k. It's actually a pretty big heal if you have a lot of stats, I think. That probably makes it better than Hunding's, but it's still bad. We probably put it here. Thanks, Jared. That's the link. Is there a way to fix this? It's kind of pointless set right now. Fill an empty soul gem, but you already do that. Don't you already do that? It doesn't really matter if you change the heal value, because when you kill an enemy, proc condition is so restrictive. You can have a full heal, it won't matter. Would be just a useless set all of the time. Oh, heal can occur once every 10 seconds. It's probably to avoid some PV cheesing if you're farming XP or something, but it could be less cooldown, it could be like 5 seconds or 2-second cooldown. Let's do 2 seconds, it won't be broken. Heal cooldown. It's not killing things that often. In PV, the problem is that you die to a mechanic. It's not really that you don't get heals. The rule because you want to use Reaper's Mark that already heals you. It's like an automatic Reaper's Mark, right? Kind of. It's not good. But it could have a, at least not have a cooldown on the heal, or have a lot lower of a cooldown. It's a very simple change. Overwhelming? I don't think overwhelming is terrible. With Suppressing you can actually hit a lot harder with it, which means that you get more sustain from it. But it's not super amazing either. Where would I place this? It's pretty consistent damage. I think it's kind of same concept as Maligalik kinda. But I think it's more reliable. Less cooldown as well. It's probably like high C tier. Probably above Kaldurians. And I think the only fix to this set is buffing the damage a little bit. I think it just doesn't really hit hard enough. You could do easily do 400 base damage. Base damage. And you could do a 0.16 coefficient or 0.15, 15.8. It won't be broken. Because now if you had a, let's say, 67k weapon spellmess again, you would have, how much tooltip? 158, 1.1k plus plus 400, and 1.5k. That's not that broken. You get what, 15% of the damage? That would be 225 magicka. In PvE. In PvP you get this damage mitigated of course by Bellsprint. Armor, major minor prot, all of them. We'll get like 200 mag region. As right now, if you have 7k spell damage, you would get 349. You still get 1.4k. So you get 100 more on the tooltip. I think that's a fair buff. I wouldn't break the game. Just a little bit better. Bang with Den Mother. I don't even remember what this one does. What does Bang with Den Mother do? Oh, it's the minor crit set, right? When you block. That's terrible. It's the max stam on 5 piece on a set you want a 1 bar. Why? Why would you do this? It's really good value too, like 1.9k max stam. But it's on a back bar set. It's not even max health that you could scale with, that you could scale your heals with. But yeah, I don't think minor courage is that amazing. Would you buff this? How would you even buff this? What is the point of the max stam there? Is there like a reason for that? She would never want to double bar this. 10-second duration buff. The duration could be longer. It could be like 15 seconds. What if this was like healing receipt or something useful? Oh, so this is just a dungeon version of Yolna Crane. Doesn't Yolna give you... Oh, it's also minor. It's when you taunt the enemy. Get max health instead. You and 11 other group members. That's a little bit more versatile. And the proc condition here is harder, because you have to actually block something. It's up to 3 group members. I think this should do more. Definitely do more. Maybe heal and receipt instead of max stamina. This wouldn't be a big buff, but we can also buff the duration of the minor courage to like 15 seconds. But how much heal and receipt? Look at Order of Diagna, for example. That's 5% healing taken. Remove the stem. Stem is just pointless. Hey, it's hi, how you doing? Hello, hello. And now it's better, but it's still terrible. Is this F tier? It is a group buff. Just the minor cards from one bar is worth more than Julian's and Hunning's, to be fair. So, how much there's been power creep in this game? It's probably... probably around here. Been online lately? How you been? How's it going? Not bad, not bad. There's some builds earlier, just doing the tier list right now. Phylactery's Grasp, this is a... Wait, this is a... Isn't this a sustain debuff on the target? Oh, no, this is if you deal light attack damage, you recover magic or something like that. It's a dot on the target. Yeah, this is damage over 10 on light attack damage. And then you get stamina back if you deal light attack critical damage. Why? I know how to fix this. Why are we so obsessed with light attack crits? What the hell? This could be any light attack. You could have a dot and any light attack on the target that has the dot, which by the way has a 10-second cooldown. And you get stamina back. And it wouldn't be broken, because people can cleanse that. Why do you have to deal crit damage? So this is really bad right now. It's probably like more gold in tier. Or maybe worse even. Wait, isn't that like super hard to proc in the first place? Because you have to deal light attack critical damage, not even heavy, but light attack. So this should be a lot stronger. When that clocks get turned tonight, technically about to be 2 AM. Oh, okay, I didn't know that. Or didn't remember that. Yeah, I'm gonna finish the dungeon sets. It's enough for today. I need to write this whole thing. Oh no, I don't have to write the whole thing. How do I write this and... Oh, on light attack critical damage on enemy with Withering Soul, we turn that into on light attack damage. I mean with Withering Soul. So you cannot proc this instantly, it's a light attack crit. Takes ages to proc. That's 10-second cooldown as well. You can easily have a strong stam return effect on it. The set is just so awful right now. Why do they even design this? Terrible said. Hey, Nixohayden. Feels like science. Admire your commitment into this. Yeah, we did this once before. Last year was a 7-hour stream. I did that in one go back then. I've learned to do it in multiple parts, but they've added a lot of sets since then. We're doing the patch notes too now, so it's taken a bit longer. Windhelm, how you doing? Morista. Pilofnön for PvP, terrible. I don't think it goes above D tier. I think it's worse than these ones because you actually cannot land it. It's probably better than Phylacteris though. So we'll put it here. And there is a way to fix it without breaking PvE. I think I've mentioned it before. But you could just increase the radius. Magic. Why does it have to have a 2.5 meter radius? If this had a 5 meter radius, it won't be broken. It's 1 second, so it's it would be hard to get out of it before it lands, but that's the point. You're supposed to be able to. So you, first of all, like, you don't know when this procs. You can't really control it necessarily. And if someone's moving, they will just be out of it automatically. So I think it should be at least 4 meters. At least 4. Even 4 is too little. It's 5. It's double the radius. But then it's probably... no, you can double it. Should also block hemorrhaging every tick? No, I think it's fine like that. The radius is the main issue. Like, they could add whatever they want on that set. It would never be good in PvP. As long as you can avoid it by walking. In time for Rattlekates? Almost. We have just a couple lines left. Plague Slinger, we're gonna rank this a bit higher. It's not super amazing, but it can get good damage. A defensive, kind of like a defensive proc set actually. You can run this on back bar when you take damage that procs. I think it's C tier. Maybe high C tier. It's like here, something like that. How would I change that? Hit up to 3 to 4 targets. No, I think it would be broken. It hits really hard. I think it's fine as a single target, but maybe the radius should be bigger. It's 8 meters already though. Wait, that's break. But I think it's 8 meters. Oh, 10 meters even. That's a big radius. Less cooldown, perhaps? But then you have full uptime on it. I don't think that's good. Five undodgeable poison balls. Because I think you should be forced to get out of the radius. I think that's the idea of the set. Is that it's area denial, but very often when you use this set, people just dodge roll within it. They take no damage from it, because it's all dodgeable. And I think you can dodge roll during the Plague Slinger projectile, and even if you get CC'd, it's still dodge rolled. So I think 5 poison balls, or whatever they're called. 5 undodgeable poison balls. Now you're kind of forced to get out of it if you don't want to take a lot of damage. Or hold block. Then you still take a lot of damage and trace them. So I think that should be fine. Prayer Assault is kind of like the hit the what's it called? We ranked it earlier. Except it's 2-second cooldown, and I think it's on overhills, right? If I'm not mistaken. Where did we rank the... what's the set name again? One that drops in various sewers. I think it was Poly C tier. Or was it D tier? That was probably D tier. Because the shield was super low. It's gonna break from 1 dot tick. No, it wasn't F tier. Just trying to find it. Too many sets. Way too many sets. No way, I can't find it. It was indeed there then. Combat physician, right? It's actually, it's right next to it. Spray better than combat physician. Every 2 seconds you can get a shield, but I think it's even smaller shield. Oh no, it's the same size, or maybe a little bit bigger. But I think it's harder to proc. This is not 254. It's actually 4.3k base. Every 6 seconds, spray soul is when you overheal yourself or an ally. The problem is that if you're not overhealing, you will not proc it, and it's not gonna help you save your teammates. Or yourself, for that matter. But maybe it's good on a shield stacker. But it's 2k shield every 2 seconds. It's not that much value. What did we do with combat physician? I think it's just more shield size, right? Yeah, to 8k. So I think this one you could also double. And I think it would be fine. The proc condition is not super easy. I think we rank it there. It's 4997. So 10k shield every... No, that's a bit too much though. Let's do 8k for this one too. I think a 4k shield if you overheal is fine. You stop getting value the moment you're being pressured. So if you think of sets like his set, for example, as 2k worth of value every second. Or 4k every 2 seconds. It's a lot easier to proc. So usually if you think for your own survivability, do I want Prayer Soul or do I want his sub? Then you always get more value out of his sub. So let's do 8k shield. If it stuns you, can't get stunned, you get immo and 5k trauma, but... These small Noxus boulders. Need more Noxus type sets. You have to combat the physician so hard. I think it was never really that great. Rage of the Ursauk. Isn't this the... I think this is the Empower one, right? Has to be. Yep. It's the Empower one. Unfortunately, they need to fix Empower for this one to be decent. Garbo. Rattlegates. Rattlegate's not terrible. It's definitely not terrible. But there's a lot of really good Major Brutality and Sorcery buffs nowadays for every class. I don't think it goes above C tier. Have to rank it above this. I think it's like here. There's some cases where it makes a lot of sense to run Rattlegates, but it makes even more sense to run a Stormcalling and get crit surge. So that kind of prevents it from being B tier, where it would have been before subclassing. Is there a way to make it better? Not sure. Not as long as subclassing exists. I think we skipped the patch note for that. 300 weapon spell damage instead of 171. Nah. Having a buff, having a major buff is nice. But not when you want to run major brutality and sorcery skills anyway. Or if you're in a bulk group, then you probably get that from ignorance weapons. Or if you're in a organized group, I should say. Yeah, kinda disappointing. Reflected Fury, this is terrible. It's the when you... I think it was when you take damage, or is it when you block damage? I think it's when you... No, it's when you taunt. When you taunt, you generate stacks. And once you have enough stacks, it fires and does no damage. Bad. Very bad. I mean, if you somehow manage to land Bill of None, at least it's worth something. This one's just dog shit. How do we fix that? When you taunt an enemy, you gain a stack of broken shards for 5 seconds, up to 5 stacks max. Less stacks, easier to proc. This is the stacks in 8 meter blast, dealing 975, the enemy's hit. Apply major maim. For 3 seconds per stack consumed. Wow. Reducing damage done by 10%. S tier, definitely not S tier. What's up, Camu? How you doing? Oh, Noxus Boulder? Yes. We put it in B tier, I think. It's in B. It's not bad for ganking. I think this set could be... It could have been really funny. I think the problem with reflected Fury is that you don't get damage multiple times. If you could get the damage multiple times and not just increase the duration of major maim, then I mean it could be pretty good. Because you have to taunt enemies multiple times in a row to get multiple stacks. Let's see, if you get multiple procs, how much value is that? Dealing 4. That's health scaling. So if you have 50k health times 0.05 7521 equals 2.9. Yep. I think that's fine. Dealing plus the modifier. I don't think we need to change that. Plus coefficient. It cannot crit. This said. Plus health coefficient and per stack. I should write the whole thing. Such ends, you release the stacks. Because that's how I thought it worked. But only the SMS once. I thought it was like a bound armaments proc set when I saw this initially. Imagine my disappointment. Okay, there we go. It's fixed. Ellis, how you doing? Hello, hello. Only work stack also increase damage itself, exactly. Yes, you can play with it. But in B tier? No, I did play with it. At the bull build with it, but it's not above B tier. So of course. Was it 5 times higher when full stack? No, I think if you just getting damage would get you like a 13k tool with it, 50k health. Like in Femboys or they not for what? That makes sense. Reynolds or so. I think this is a stacking armor buff and healing taken, I think. When you take damage, right? Or when you deal direct damage. Increase it by 1%, we just increase the values here. And this set is not garbage anymore. But we have to rank it super low for now, I think. It's a double bar set, duration's also too low. I'd say it's probably better than some other double bar sets. Probably here. It's really bad right now. You get 9% heal received and less than 4k armor. Hey, look, Titan. Hello. It's the worst set in the game in your opinion for PvP? Easy. Pelinas, because it kills you. Iron Blood, because it also kills you with the snare. You get minor ages and buffs you already have. So, literally, sets that kill you. Also sets that if you have the skill slotted, you are probably a free kill. So, a Melson Bow, not very amazing for that reason. For PvP. If someone thought this was a PvT list and they saw this, they would lose their shit. So it's pretty good in PvE. This one, when you deal direct damage, it's 5-second duration. Honestly, I think they can keep it 5 seconds. But I think this could be 2%. 1% to 2% heal received. Yes, you would get 18% heal received if you manage to get full stacks. 5-second duration, it runs out when you bar swap, basically. Play with it, you haven't mastered it yet. Only God Slayers can master it, and only for them it's an S tier set. I see. How far are you into it? The tier list? We're probably like halfway through. With the crafted sets, the class sets, arena sets, and we're almost done with the dungeon sets. There's PvP and PvP trial sets, mythics, and more sets left. Oh, and overland. So a little bit left still. Trial will be faster because there's the perfect and non-perfected. I think the non-perfect is just that tier below the perfected. So that's always simple to rate here. What was I... Oh, Reynolds or so, right? Where did I put it even? Here, it's probably accurate. So this could be 2%, and I think the armor could be... I mean, this could be really broken. But it would still be balanced, I think. Maybe not double the armor, if you already doubled the healing soon. But maybe like 660 or something like that. It's not easy to keep this up. Maybe reduce the duration. So I get the idea of this set. So yeah, 5-second duration, 3-second duration. 120 to 660. Physical and spell resistance. So you would get 18% heal received. And actually not even OP. Not even OP because there's nobility. Which is 12% and much easier to proc. Plus you get the free corpse. So they could double... They could literally double the buffs you get from Reynolds and it wouldn't be more broken than an existing set. It's 9 stacks, that probably takes like 4 seconds to build them. But yeah, there's to reduce the duration. Would get 6k armor at max stacks. And 18% hero receive. Could be an interesting option for someone looking for a tank set. Right Masters, this one is kind of hard to rank. If you have a good teammate, it's not terrible. I think in ideal situation it's better than Hit is. Because this one puts a beam on the target and it's a really big heal. And gives minor heroism, I think. Yeah, but you need an ally. The 50-meter tether is a good radius. And the heal scales really well with Stam and Magica. 3k crit heal per second, love that set. Yeah, it can be really good value, but... Is this like low beat there? Let's see, what do we have here? Is there any buff sets here? I mean, some arena weapons. I think we can probably justify low beat here. Elmata Catalyst is there. It is better than some of the other ones. But very situational. Kind of like Noxus, kind of like a lot of other things here. Extremely situational. But good in those situations. I don't think we even changed this one. Could they buff the heal a little bit or something? I don't know. I think it's fine. Maybe the cooldown's a bit too long. 15 seconds, could be 10 seconds. Let's change that. Oh no, thank you for the follow. Thank you. It's 10-second duration, 10-second cooldown. Makes sense. Can have multiple tethers up. Can be broken if your teammate gets out of range. I don't think there needs to be a 5-second downtime. Rune carvers. Well, this is very meh in PvP. But how meh? Used to proc burning very easily, but they nerfed that. Better than this one. I'd say it's better than Cold Harbor's favorite. Either very low C tier or like higher D tier. I think it's super low C tier. And I think it should have a higher chance of Pokken burn. Not a guaranteed chance, but like plus 15%. So if you build around it, you can guarantee proc. This damage scales of weapon and spell damage, and has I mean, I can just copy paste the TT versus the Aurorans. Plus has 15% chance to rock burning. I don't think it breaks PV either. I think Rune Carver is has seen use there. I don't know if the extra burning would make it too strong in today's meta. It's maybe a bit riskier change, but I think that should be fine. Rush of Agony. Well, they nerfed it. They nerfed it a lot, thank god. Because it was kind of annoying how it worked, but I would say it's still S tier. Maybe here... Rasvagon is a set that you build around, and it does what it does extremely well. There's many builds where you can run it. It's definitely build-defining set, S tier. Rush of Agony is absolutely an S tier set, 100%. It's one of the few sets you can build around. That changes how you play, and still very, very effective. Because what you have to understand is that even if you don't land the pull, you can still land the damage. There's many ways to use Rush of Agony. Like, you can pull with it, but you can also use CC before the damage part, and the damage alone is worth it. Damage is very close to Null Arca, for example. Not very strong, just due to what type of subs are strong right now in PvP. Rune Cover, okay, so it could have a like higher chance to proc burning and would probably still be fine. Because I think in PvE people also don't run double charged. It's like Nern charged or precise. So it should be fine. Haven't had a single situation since the nerf where Rush of Agony was actually dangerous to you. Yeah, but I've farmed a lot of people on my Templar. Where you just gap loss in, and there's also people who just don't know how to use it. And I would say there's a lot of people. But it works on my MacBlade, on the Soul Cleaver MacBlade, it works on the Templar. It's the one way you can get a pull or double CC in a way. I think it's a good set still. It's also good damage-wise, because on the Templar it does average 15% damage per BG. And you can guarantee toasty damage because of the Saturn rocks. But a lot of people is they don't have good builds. Like, I'm not ranking this based on bad builds. It's like I could say I haven't died to someone with Soul Cleaver, but it's still S tier. It's super good build defining. Someone with Rosvagon was if they had also had Vicious Death or Plague Break, killed some PvPers next to you. You see, so it's enabled people to kill you. Because those people wouldn't have been next to you if they didn't get pulled next to you. I think Rush of Agony absolutely belongs here in S tier. If any of these sets belong here, well, Demolisher, because no bass builds without that, Disdain and Agony, I think. Blockable too easy. Well, how do you block the Saturn rocks right before it lands? Like, there's many ways around that. Or Javelin, if someone wants to do that instead. Hunting 45 press for most people in PGs. Yeah, but it also does good damage. If you look at the damage done on a build where it fits, it's like 15% plus. If we have Essence Thief in A tier with 10% damage and not full uptime, although it's here for the dueling reasons, otherwise it would be B tier at most. Then if you do 15%, like you have to have Rush of Agony there. The more people running just Vicious Death or Plague and no Rush. Yeah, but it makes sense there. I'll be right back. Yeah, Vicious Death, Plague, we probably also rank pretty high. Or I'm not sure if I do. Like Plague Break, for example, you can run something else than Plague Break. But you can't really run something else than Rush of Agony on all of these builds. Kusu, how you doing? Beyond Help. Fortified Hunting Rates for PP. Meta Killer. Don't know about that. Restore resource during combat. Help Kokro. Nualka and BG's per suggestions, by the way. It's so good. Yeah, Nualka's really fun. It's gonna be, I think, either super high A tier or S tier. But the thing is, you can run something else than Nualka too. But it's usually the best option. Like, there's many sets here that I consider best in slot for builds, but they don't make it to S tier because that build could run something else and it would still do well. But S tier sets, they are sets that you just need to have on the build or it doesn't work. So things like Acuity or Reds because you can't sustain otherwise, Disdain because you need the sticky status effects to hide some other dots behind it or just to get the pressure. Things like Demolisher, you can't play a Bass build without Demolisher, you can play a Soul Cleaver build without Soul Cleaver, or the Siphoning build. Or not really, unless you only run it for Legion Strikes or something. Firebrand also very build defining. So that's what I mean by S tier. A lot of these sets are like, they are best in slot for a build, but the build would still work to some degree without them. What was I doing? I was doing Runecarver. Sanctuary. It's actually not terrible. It's not gonna be F tier, it's not gonna be D tier. It's for your entire team. It's a heal and receipt buff, I think within 10 meters. Maybe the radius could be bigger. But it's a double bar then. I think Poly here, if you think Blind Path is 13% shields, then 10% heal and receipt for your whole team is probably around the same. Maybe a little bit more. So that's actually C tier then. In order for this to be better, it would have to have more radius, I think. Yeah, it's for you and 11 group members. Within 10 meters. It could be 12 meters without breaking the game. BG's operatives, maps, general mechanics are so badly designed. ASOS combat design is so good, makes it still fun. Yeah, 100%. Like, there's so many things in BGs in particular that they could fix very fast. It would make the experience a billion times better, but they just don't do it. And I think that's the story throughout the game. There's so many like things they could just. You would think like from watching from the outside that it would be a simple change. It would take like 5 minutes in the changing things in the Lua file or whatever. Change some lines of code to fix it, but they just don't do it for some unknown reason. Makes me mad. Like everywhere in the game, whether it's PV or PvP, Infinite Archives, PG, Serial, that doesn't matter. Savage Werewolf. This is not. It's not a D tier set. This is a C tier set, I think. Still alright. I think it's better than Runecarver. It's actually better than some sets here. It's better than Gagrenok. It's better than Embershield. Is it better than Spattering Disjunction? Or Threads of War? I think it is, because you can proc the Hemorrhaging. It's also with Light Axe, right? Better than Griffon's Reprisal, it's less damage, less effective when you land it. I think we have it here, it's about the same. It's easier to proc, but less value. Another bleed set. I don't know how to fix this one though. Because they changed so much. They have a design that they want to stick to, where you have to do melee range Light Axe. It used to proc from range as well in previously. And just like a little bit of bleed damage and then every 2 seconds. What if this had a higher chance to proc Hemorrhaging? Essentially double bar, just one, because it's a group buff. If you switch to your back bar or your front bar and you don't have Sanctuary slot, then your team loses 10% heal receive. So even if you're not healing them, then their own heals will be weaker, for example. I think it's something you want to double bar. You don't have to, but it's a bit suddenly like you just remove the healing if you bar swap. If you remove the buff, feels wrong. Unless you spend very little time on that other bar. Map design, even without changing how objectives mechanics work, would already go a long way. It's already in BGs. Yeah, like the... did you play WoW Classic looked, or like the original WoW, where you had Wars and Gulch and Arty Basin and all of these maps in battlegrounds? You might be familiar with them, but in Wars and Gulch, for example, in Capture the Flag, you have the flag here in the base, right? But if you die, you don't spawn right on top of the flag. You spawn like here, towards the middle. You have quite a bit of running to do to get back to the flag. That's perfect map design. That is how you should design it, because then you have a chance to intercept the flag, but you're not jumping right on top of them after dying to interrupt them, which is terrible map design. That's what ESO does. So that's just one example. I think the spawns should be a lot further, especially in Capture Relic. You should be spawning a lot further back. There should be more room there. And I think there should be more room in vertical way as well, so that you can jump off on the other side of the map if there's one team camping your base, for example. And also things like being kicked down after 2 minutes in spawn instead of 10 seconds is ridiculous. There's so many easy things. I could make a whole other video about those in BTs. It's stupid. Visuals are important, but that comes after actually making it an interesting design. It's also balanced for two sides. Map is not mirrored, makes one spawn better than other high-all map. Even if team just get rolled on low ground spawn. Yeah. I don't think any of the new maps are like properly designed. But I think what we do to Savage Wolf, if it procced hemorrhaging more often, would it be broken? Not a guaranteed proc like Unleash, but we're kind of overusing this a little bit perhaps, but there isn't that many... This set has higher chance to proc a stage effect sets in the game at the moment. So you have to light like within melee range. I think it would be fine. Of inflicting hemorrhaging status effect. Skating Mage, that's 550. It's a 20% chance to proc 550. That's kinda not that great, but it's better than a lot of other sets here. Where is... it's a lot better than New Moon. It's a lot more likely to broken. I think it's more value than Innate Axiom. No, it's probably above these ones. Less value than Himjas. But I think it should be just a guaranteed proc. Why the 20% chance? That's a 5-second cooldown. Like, even right now, you could just compare this to, like, Burning Spellweave. Get a burning guaranteed and 490. So this could, I mean, it could keep the proc sense, but then I think the value should be higher. So just going to 600 would be, it would probably still be bad, but... 16, 600 weapon and spell elements. So you have to be constantly active with this set. That's a proc sense, so you can't like backbar and light like once to proc it. I mean you can, but it's 20% chance, right? So it kinda tends to run out when you're on the defense. So I think when you proc it, it should be more value. Because no one runs Skating Mage right now. You'd rather just get 300, half of it. Or more than half of it right now, and the crit resistance. from 1 bar. Jackal, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Yeah, I think it's like here right now. Bonus spell waves here. Could it be low seed there? No, I don't think it is. Remove the cooldown as well. They could reduce the cooldown. I don't think they should remove it. Because if you have no cooldown, then you are looking at a almost 100% uptime Clever Alch. It is a 5-second buff, yeah, but if you can refresh it constantly, then it's never gonna run out, right? Until you have to go on defense, but if they could reduce the cooldown, I don't see why not. 4-second cooldown. Small buffs. Small buffs. Scamming Demise. This is very good. Very good. Could you run something else than Scamming Demise on a lot of these builds? I don't think so, because the highest MS burst proc set you can have. I think it's an S tier, but it's not high S tier. I think it's a low tier, low S tier. So it is kind of build defining. There is nothing in the game that gives you as much burst, but you have to build around it. You have to have poison damage, or guaranteed way to crit poison damage. You have to have a way to land it. So Satin Rocks or Streak. But it's very effective when you actually do land it. When you play this on a good build. So I think this is S tier. Might sound crazy because there's a lot of people not running Scam and Demise. But S tier is not always what's most popular. It's just what's most effective, right? Yeah, Scam and Demise for a lot of builds is the most effective thing you can run. I don't think we want to buff it. Let's move on. Scorion's Feast. This is 300 weapon spell damage, and then on the first heavy attack, and then once you heavy attack again, it swaps to regen, but it's terrible. It is one barable, so it is automatically going to be better than these sets. Or Skating Mage, which you can front bar or double bar. But I'd say it's a low C tier. Not sure where, maybe here. First regen, then damage. Or is it that way around? Either way, it's one barable at least. Regen is nice to get to. It's like almost Red's Vitality, except you have to heavy attack. It's 300 instead of 390. But it's not... the proc condition is why it's not higher, of course. We could buff that. Have to deal damage with fully charged heavy. What about if you complete a fully charged heavy? So people can just prevent you from blocking your buff set. Because it's not like the buff is that impactful. And then you gain damage if you attack again. When you complete a fully charged heavy attack. Then I think the value could be higher. Why is it 3? Because there's a lot of fully sets that are 3. Like Drake's Rush and... Drake's Rush, this set, Bangrit set. There's a lot of sets that are for 3 people. Or yourself and 3 people. It's always giving it to you, so it's not like you can miss it personally. It's the same with some skills too, like Cauterize. It's also yourself and 3 others. I think this should be 400. I think 400 is probably fine. Weapon and spell damage. Actually, you could make it 450, because you have to do 2 heavy attacks to proc the spell. So I think it should pivot a little bit more, or it would kind of change the design of the set. I think like this it would be better. Probably still not good, but a lot easier to proc. Maybe a decent buff set. Jack Demon, how you doing? Hello. Where did I rank it? Put it somewhere in here, but I don't think it's this high. Because the bomb is the fully charged heavy part. Or dealing damage with it, I mean. Right now it's just so easy to never get you proc if you fight people who spam in docile. Or line of sighting. It's a problem. We can't actually find the sets that we ranked. There's too many. Oh, it's here. Low C tier, would I... Yeah, I think... Maybe. Was this Ancient Dragon God this good? 400, right? Oh, it's 300 and you get the art. No, it's not this high. Why is Ancient Dragon God in the heck? I think it's worse than... Maybe better than Innate, but slightly. Did we change Ancient Dragon God? Let me go back a bit. I hope we did, because it's terrible. Yeah, because it's 300 right now, and it's like 3k. No, this is bad. Why is it... It's worse than Huntings and Julianus, actually. Because you gain armor when you low health. But you only gain a little bit right now, right? Yeah, it's like 3.4, which is fortified brass. It's like a mix of Huntings and fortified brass. Fortified brass is F tier. Huntings is D tier. But how's the 2 to 4? Max health? Okay, slightly better 2 to 4. It's kind of on the same level, but... Why did I have it in C tier? What? Sergeants, this is also a... I mean, you don't have to run Sergeants if you have it, like you can run Night Slayer, for example. So it's not really build defining, but it is A tier for heavy tech builds. It is best in slot. It's not an absolute must-have. Can have it here. Any changes I would make. It's an 8-tier set, maybe we shouldn't. Sheer Venom. A lot of people like this set, I don't. Not that much. I have a hard time justifying B for this set. Every time I try it, it's very meh. It's like less than 10%. But I haven't used it on Soul Burst builds yet. Which is usually where I see people getting good numbers with it. But the usual poison injection spam is just not really doing it. I would rank it above Ashen Grip, so it's probably low B tier for Zero Venom. Is there actually anything I would change with Zero Venom? Take a look at that. So what's the problem with that set right now? Occasions dealing damage with an execute ability. A little bit restrictive. On purpose. You could increase the execute part. $400%? No. Doesn't poison injection have 120? So we could have the same number. Would be a small buff. Yeah, it's up to 120%. I think that would be fine. Poison status effect to enemies under 50%. That would be more broken than you think. Because poison itself has an execute modifier. So if you insta-proc it on every take of the... No, that would break the game. That would be insanely good. Shroud of the Lich. This is kinda meh, but it's not better than a lot of other things here. Where did I put... Because there's another similar set that I ranked earlier. I think it was in C tier. The Magica Furnace. Lich is kind of like Magica Furnace, but not as good. Magica Furnace was high C tier. Just for max sustain. If you need only max sustain, for some reason you don't want to run Magica Furnace, maybe Lich is good then. So I would say it's probably like bottom C tier. It gives you a very like big burst of max sustain. Is there any way to maybe buff in? It's not super amazing right now. Cooldown was 25 to 30 seconds. Yeah, I was thinking at that. 45 seconds maybe. It's 1 minute right now. It's 20-second buff though. It's not 68. It's 1000 and something. I need to find it here. $1,106, that's a lot of regen. I think 45 seconds would probably be fine. Less than 50% uptime equals half this, basically 500. Red's Vital is 390 of both regions at all times. Equals 780 total value. If you get 500 total value, that's still fine. You probably get less than that actually. But it should be alright. And next, this is actually one of the sets they haven't really changed too much over the years. Hey Mervi, how you doing? Don't know the hard work of staying at your team, spamming snipe and poison arrow. Silver Rose Vigil, this is if you block 3 attacks, it does like a big nuke. Can actually hit really hard if you have high max health, so we're gonna rank this a bit higher. Not sure how high. Where's Crimson? It's kind of like Crimson, but offensive edition. Single target, but it hits really hard. Maybe it's not B tier. It doesn't really keep you alive, even though there's major MAME attached to it. So this could be better with shorter cooldown, I think. I think 10 seconds cooldown would be fine. It's kind of like Harbinger, but in burst format. Like, sure, you could increase the damage, but there are ways to make it hit really hard, I think. But there's no reason why it should have a 12-second cooldown. I do know most of these sets. I remember only a few no-name sets. It's too much time. $30k hours. Not 30k. It's only 27. New tier list or build? Tier list. We're making a tier list. And patch notes on how to fix the bad sets. But yeah, I would actually put it here next to like TTs, and these are all right sets, right? It's definitely better than overwhelming for when you build around it. Let's just see there. Could be better. Slutrux, I think this is very underrated. It's pretty solid for group play. That said, would I rank it above Gossamer? I think I would. Above Hittis, I think I would. Would I put it B tier? Yeah, if Rightmaster's here, I think low B tier. See, Trasset, I move on, don't even bother to read his name. I want to know what every set does, because if people play those sets, I want to know what they can do. So this one is 6% damage, minus damage taken, and 6% damage done. It's like it's a bloody debuff you put on opponents when you. Oh no! When you heal targets, they get some buff, and they put bloody debuff on the target, and when hitting that opponent, they do more damage and deal. Okay, something like that. Blood hungry, yeah, that's the buff. And then when they deal direct damage, they it's only 4%. I think it should be 6% to be online with BRP double. I know it's a group buff, but it's only 3 seconds duration. It's a unique damage done buff. But this could break PvE though. Do people run this in PvE? Probably not. So maybe duration increase then. Do not power creep especially not to power creep any group running this. Like any bulk group, for example. So maybe 4-second duration. So I think that's why people don't really give this set a try, is because of the short duration. There's no cooldown on applying blood hungry. I think the duration gonna. Why not ruins this? So this would be a small buff. Until yourself right now, half the set so far went into, I don't know, category. Much you don't know what a set does, it's very unlikely it's worth looking at. No, but some of them are very underrated. Like Scavenge the Mice, for example, how many people you see run that? It works super well when you find the right build for it. Needs to be some kind of, but in the actual game it has X amount of uptime due to X human factor. Says like Gossamer. Yeah, I already explained Gossamer earlier when we went over it. Like the reason Gossamer is not really run by bulk groups is because of the because you have to actually heal the target, and usually bulk groups or organized groups, people are behind shields, so they don't get the heal, or they don't actually get healed, which means they don't get major evasion, which means that the moment there is any AoE damage, it deals full damage. Every NA has run Scavenge. Oh, but those are bad builds. That's actually where you should not run Scavenge Demise. If you run this on Bowblade, it goes from S tier to fucking F tier. It just makes people dodge soul. And you can't do anything about the dodge soul. Except now you can with the subclassing. You can just run streak on your knife blade. And then it's S tier again. All depends on the build. Ranked Noxus Boulder D tier. Oof. Input scavenging in that category. Don't see it too well in BGs. I mean, every now and then you see it, but how often do you see it from a... Is it used properly? Almost never. Because people don't know how to use it. This is sad. Spellbound Cure. I think this is quite popular on healer builds. So I used it on Short Healer. It's definitely better than these buff sets. It might be the... maybe the strongest buff set so far. Maybe around the same value as Arcasis. I think that's accurate. I would rate Olorime a little bit higher actually. But the Spellbound is a really good set. It's just kind of low uptime. But I wouldn't change it. Actually, no patch notes for that one. You don't want to buff the bulk groups. Spelunker. Okay, Spider Cultist Skull. No, I'm joking. We can go try and figure out how to make this usable. It doesn't actually kill you, so we cannot rate it below Pelinals or Iron Blood. Make you run a bad ability either. Why is this here? Why is this here? Why is this here? Okay, fixed. Where do we put Spelunker? Where in F tier do we put it? Maybe here. One day you can make a how to use your set mini guys. Maybe it could be a good good idea for a YouTube video or YouTube short. I think it's actually it makes you run bad abilities, right? But it doesn't require you to run undaunted abilities. Because this one it gives you sustain when you use undaunted skills or when an ally uses them, which is never, hopefully. Oh, actually no, it does kind of mean that you run an undaunted ability because it doesn't do anything else. Is there any good undaunted ability for PvP? Let's see. I mean, Altar, sure, on a healer. And yep, that's about it. They all have synergies. But this would be about the... Actually, you know what? If you make a build around Spelunker, you might actually kill yourself in-game faster than with Pelinals. Boom. Bottom F tier. How on earth do you fix this? The design of the set is to make you use undaunted abilities. I can see various ways to fix this. Or make it slightly better. Which is not very difficult. So it cannot be any worse. 10% construction, just make it 20. Make it 20, that's still not even Soul Cleaver. And I think sustain should be 2000. Cooldown, yeah, there should be no cooldown. Because you already have a cooldown on the synergies. Okay. Better. Still terrible. But better. Maybe we could make some Giga sustain build. Spamming undaunted skills. Giving people synergies and you always get the... Oh, this should be health. Should also be health. 4000 health. You should make some kind of build that just gives synergies to people. And you would survive by other people using your synergies. They could buff this set a lot. And it would still be terrible. Spider Cult is speaking of terrible. I think this is the weapon spellmaster to destroy stuff abilities. Yeah, this is also F tier. I think less F tier than Light Speaker and Nets Studs. Because you could, in theory, you could make some kind of LA Expo build, right? But I think the in value is still 600. Is it 600? Or it is 600. They did buff that. I think you could do plus 129 and or this could just be plus 800. But I think it's online with the other ones like the War Maiden and whatnot. It's just for desert stuff. So you know what? Just keep it consistent. And just like on all of those other ones, we add a 129 weapon spell damage. And now maybe it's worth running on L-Expo build, because you get 729 to L-Expo. Except you don't, because you backbar L-Expo. And you weapon swap before it lands. Herbie, thank you for the raid. Thank you. We're doing a tier list right now. It's been a long stream. How was your stream? Welcome everyone. We're almost done with today's... Actually no, we have still 2 rows left. So quite a bit to do still. Ultranatim, how you doing? Hello. Herbie, how you doing? Salut. Hope you had a good stream. Spriggan's Valor. This is plus 100 stam. It stacks, it's a weird set. It gives you stam per stack, or max stam. I think it gives you just flat stam when it stacks. But it's kind of bad. I think it's worse than Jugger, Hulk and Jugger. It has like some sustain, but has less max stam. And Jugger Hulk is here. It's not a lot worse, kind of on the same level. There's probably a way to fix that. Low Sortron, how you doing? Hello. Good shield stream on your side, overland into dungeons into raids. Oh, I see. No PvP today. We're still on the tier list, yeah. We need a critical advance to restore 100 stam. Increase max stam by 2.2. Up to 10 times, and it runs out in 5 seconds. That's less than Hulk and Drugger, I think. When you get the max stam. And it's not really built towards stacking max stam either. It's not a lot of stam you get back when you do master stack it. I think this can be a lot better. Five-second duration means that it runs out very fast. If you don't deal crit damage. Which is a pretty... It's not like deal direct damage or guaranteed to happen, it's RNG. So I think 100 stam should be, they can double that. They can easily double that. And won't be OP. 100 stamina. Restore 200 stamina. And increase max stam by I think it can be 400. You can get plus 4k stam on 5 piece once you fully stack it. Remember 5-second duration. Max stamina by to 400. But if you fully stack this up, you get 4k max stam and sustain until you're at full stacks. Can occur once every half a second. Yeah, I think that's fair. But right now, definitely around here, D-tier. Stonehold Domination is the new set. Major vulnerability when you taunt someone. It's actually pretty decent. Major Vuln is the strongest debuff in the game. So we have to rank this accordingly. You do need to taunt someone, let's say, with the restricting condition to get the Major Vuln. I'd say it's probably around here, like high B tier. So we probably have a Kinwatcher here in A tier. I'll get that in a bit. So you can also get the Major Vuln from that. Plus another debuff by this RNG. Now there are some things I would change with this set. Like I think the 12-second cooldown is... or is it 15 seconds? I think it's 15 and duration is 12. Yeah. 15 is way too much. I think it should be 12-second cooldown as well. Or maybe even 10 seconds so you can refresh it. Because you can never have more than the Major Vuln. Whereas with Kinmaster you can have Major Vuln and like Major Defile or Major Kovadis or something useful. Or something else that's useful. It's easier to proc Kin as well, plus it's AoE. There's absolutely no reason for a 15-second cooldown on this one. So 10 seconds it is. Stone Accord, this is when you heal a target, you get Minor Berserk and Minor Soul. And if you already have those, or one of them, you get 500 Magicka, 5-second cooldown. It's actually pretty decent, I think. I'd say C tier. This is also a group buff. It's on heal with area effect, but that's ritual, for example. I think the duration's too short though. Can't have full uptime. Oh wait, no, there's no cooldown on the buffs. It's only on the Magical Restore. I would still increase the duration to 5, I think. Or maybe not. Can keep it at 4. Hey, what's Sir Messi? Crippled Combat Prayer. Yes, but you don't have to run Combat Prayer. That's the good thing. You can run Ritual, for example. That gives you some room in how to build right. It's not necessarily the worst set, but I don't think we can rate it super high. Where did I put it? Stone's Accord here. No, it's higher than that. I think it's better than Hit is. Gives you quite a bit of max sustain. maybe like here. I don't think it's be there. And I think the cooldown should be shorter, because then you could get more sustain out of it. "5 seconds to 4-second cooldown. Small buff. Maybe enough to get it beat here. Mech Studios, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Stormcurse is an interesting set. I think it needs a buff, but if you get super lucky, this set can be insane. But I think too much RNG is required at the moment. Definitely needs the RNG aspect though, because there's no cooldown. Would I ever run... Yeah, actually I would run this over dragons, I think, on some builds. It's probably like low beat here. Let's see, do we have other proc sets here? Or maybe high seat there. I think it's low beat there, like super low beat there. It's an interesting set because it wants you to build around shock damage. 15% chance to proc like an AoE that has no cooldown. But that chance to needs to be a little bit higher, I think. It's only 5-meter radius. They could increase the radius and increase the proc sense a bit. Had less sense from AoEs, don't know why. Single target shock procs better. It sounds like a bug then. But I think this could be 20% chance, and 5 meters should be... maybe not 8 meters. 8 meters is kind of ridiculous, but let's do 6 meters. They could buff it slightly. Or well, that's a plus 33% buff and plus 20% the AoE radius, but it's not super amazing right now. But it's not super terrible either. Technically, if Concuss triggers it too, then I can see how single target and direct would be more likely to trigger into the different stations. I think it can, yeah. That might be the reason why there's less procs. Stormmaster, this is unusable. Only works against monsters. Whereas Noble Duelist has burst 2 to 4 piece, so we rank it below that. Strength of the Automaton, terrible set right now. Definitely better than in Net's stats, I think. But it goes over here. I think Spider Cultist is not F tier. I think it's above Julian's and Hundings. Because you do get 600 and you can do Elexplo and Shock Ring. Although you kind of want to backpart the Elexplo, but I think it's above these two. Automaton on the right hand, definitely down here. It's 400. It should be 600. There's no reason for it to be 400. Otherwise, why have Swamp Raider at 600? Why have War Maiden at 600? They just left it kind of unfinished, but even 600 would be bad. So we do additional plus 5 piece, plus 129 weapon spell damage. And we do 600 on physical and bleed damage. Tried with Lightning Flood, Soul Area Scribing, Contingency Shock, they had 2 low procs. But is that because of no Concuss procs? Because Concuss has a smaller proc sense. Spell damage to your plus 600 to your physical and bleed abilities. Bleed damage abilities. Is there anything that stuns people who rush of agony you with their bulk crew? Anything that stuns people? Yeah, I mean, if you drop low health, Deathwind. If you get CC'd souls, if you roll through them, Mori House. There are some stuns, but are they gonna be the silver bullet to your Rom? No. But at least they balanced Rush of Agony, so it's easy to outrange it and not get pulled by it. You have to be just out of the radius, right? I mean, there's more options to with a stun, like Celistrix. There's what's it called? The Zordel set that puts a big AoE that stuns at the end of the 2-second duration after you get close. That's terrible, though. Don't do that. Sunder Flame, D tier, but where in D? Very meh. It is when you complete a heavy attack, right? Or is it when you deal damage? I need to check that. When you deal damage. And minor breeds. I think when you deal damage with a heavy attack, it's a little bit better. There's probably increased the damage as well, but we can start with that. And where would I place this? It's more value than a lot of these sets. Probably like here. Yeah, pull it there. Pink Spike, Severlag. Game crashes, people target, not gonna lie. Sunderflame, isn't it? It is per target. But it should not be fully charged heavy attack. By the time you have time to actually land another heavy attack on someone, this dot is already over. But if you can land a medium wave, or I mean, it wouldn't work with lightning heavies, I think. Yeah, no, there would be no AoEs on the flame, but this would be a very simple change to make it a lot more reliable. Deal damage with a heavy attack. Now it procs from medium wave. What else? You could buff the duration. $4,500 flame damage over 10 seconds. Let's do 6,750 flame damage over 15 seconds. But I think they want to keep their dots consistent, so they're all like 10-second duration for some reason. So maybe not. Maybe that's fine. It's the 10-second dot. They should probably buff the damage, but it has minor breeds. And I think this is fine. If you're missing minor breeds, for example, you just do medium wave and get in. It's probably not very good still, but slightly more usable. This used to be really good back in the days. It wasn't a dot, it was direct damage when you dealt damage with a heavy attack. So you could get really good burst damage with doubled heavies, because you procced it twice. Rest in peace, Thunder Flame. Short Dancer, this is terrible. But how terrible? You'd have to build around Dovelt, But you don't really build around Dovelt by stacking weapon spell damage or the Dovelt abilities. Because what you want is Master Dovelt. And Flurry is terrible. But at least it's 600. So maybe it's a high FTR due to that. Something like that. I think I know how to fix this one. Because we can do what they have on the... it would be actually a really cool set. But maybe not as big of a heal. Because that's 600 weapon spellmaster doubled abilities. This could be same as the sword and boat set. Night Errant. So instead of... oh, but wait. This would be broken, right? Because that's when you use a one essential ability. Okay, yeah, that would be fine. Have a like 2k heal on that. Maybe not 2500, but 2k. 600, 450. Damage on world abilities. When you use a double ability, you heal for 2500. I think it's fine. It's when you cast it, not when a dot ticks. I was thinking if the dot ticks proc the heal, it would just be a giga OP ASAP. But on using the ability, I think that's fine. If you spam in raining slashes, you would get 2500 health every time. Yeah, I think that's fine. We reduced the max weapon spell mass, doesn't really have a huge impact. But you could have this set with like Master Duels. It would be decent. You'd get more damage on the spammable a little bit more and healing. Knowing the sets makes you take a lot longer. Yeah. Yeah, it does. Or not necessarily, because otherwise you need to look up what they do to evaluate them and think about how to evaluate them, but I've kind of already done that. Balfic's Treachery. Okay, this is dog shit. This actually kills you. Does it kill you faster than Pelinals? I think it does, because Pelinals means that you actually have to kill something. Balfic is just gonna kill you. That takes you makes you take more damage from flame damage and fighter skill abilities, and you get almost nothing out of that. It's terrible. Just the speed. Oh, you already finished? I'm not even done with the dungeon sets. We have all of this left. But yeah, we also do write the patch notes. This is kind of tricky to actually fix, because if you increase the weapon spell mass to some absurd number, then you just make a ganker set, because then the damage taken doesn't matter. So this needs something else than weapon spell damage. Maybe regen. This could be 500 weapon and spell damage. Maybe no, that's too much for just 5% damage taken from some sources. Maybe like No, what about 400 and 400 magic and stamina recovery? So now it's like 800 total value, but 5% damage taken. Kinda borderline OP still. That's even less damage than before though. I don't know about that. 400 and 200. Something like that. Might be worth using. It's really high value. Double bar set though. With max magica. Limited to Mac builds. Or you could have only Mac regen. Yep, that's probably fine. You still have the debuff. Tini's Nightmare, it's one of the higher value proc sets still, I think. Kinda easy to proc. It's kinda like budget Scavenger Maestro. But I think it makes it to B tier. Probably here. It's a bit more... I mean, does it really belong here though? Maybe here. I think you can get more value out of Gerency or Noxus. Rank like 5 trial sets in total, end up with 20 sets in S tier. That's a lot of S tier though. Didn't take organized group healer into account that much. Yeah, that definitely makes things take longer. Telvani Enforcer, that's if you run weapon swap, for 10 seconds you get a lot of sustain, but this set also gonna kills you. So you have to weapon swap. And you might think you don't want to weapon swap because you have this set. Then you die because you don't swap to heal. Bottom line, it's a terrible set. But it could be good. I think it takes too long to get the sustain, right? It's the wrong Telvani, this one. Oh no, this is an even worse set. Yeah, this is also an... also an F tier set. Yeah, I was thinking of the other one. What's the other one called? There's one that drops in Telvani Peninsula. I forget the name though. I think it's an open world set. So we don't even get it right now. But it's not that F tier. Maybe like here, because you have to be blocking to get one of the regions. To get the Mac region. If you're not blocking, you get stam region. Which is worth a little bit less than the weapon spell damage. You can't really control what you have. So I think it's F instead of even D tier. Hey, Red Dead, how you doing? It's going? Not bad, not bad. It's been a long stream. We're doing a tier list. Just ranking all the sets and doing some patch notes on how to fix them. So I think this one, 369, that value should be way higher. You have to be blocking to get your Mac region. It should be like 500. And now it's maybe worth considering, but it's probably still terrible. Enough man, need to eat and then rest. Hey, thanks for hanging out, and thank you again for the raid. Bon appetit, and I'll see you next time. So many sets now, just getting back into ESO, stunned by it. Oh yeah, we have gone through the all of this is just the class sets, arena sets, crafted sets, and dungeon sets. We still have all of this to go through. Not today though. I'm just gonna finish the dungeon ones. Mega Fenrir, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Ice Furnace, this one is kinda meh nowadays. It used to be good when it blocked burning more often. Actually, I think around the same tier as Rune Carver. Maybe a little bit better. It's an AoE. Wait, where's Overwhelming? It's more damage than Overwhelming, but kinda meh. The Ice Furnace, there's also a way to fix that. Because it used to be good, right? It used to be balanced, no one complained, oh, this Ice Furnace is so overpowered. Back when it had a higher chance of broken burning. So just add that back. Worm's Raiment is Mac region for group, I think same as the Hirsins, we rank it relatively high because bulk groups do run this if they have all the other buff sets. But it's not B tier, it's just what you run if you already have all of the better buff sets. Where's the Ebon? And Hirsin up there. I think it's worse than the stem region. It's a bit less value. Or quite a lot actually. Probably put it here. Doesn't need any changes though. So you don't want to buff the bulk groups. Thundercolor's decent. Believe it or not. Usually deal the instant damage and then at least one dot take before people get out of the radius. And that makes it alright. I think even B tier alright. I'd say it's better than Asengrim. Or is it? It's 1.8. And Thundercolor is it's just the base tooltip though. That would be 1090 plus 1090. It's a relatively short cooldown as well. But this one's way easier to proc. No, I think it's below SN. Probably like here, maybe low B tier. I think the cooldown's too long. And it should be, it shouldn't require fully charged heavy, I think. Or maybe it should. Because that's always been kind of the... It has a really cool visual effect when you proc it. It's kind of loud. It feels impactful, like very satisfying when you proc it. When you deal the, like, land the fully charged heavy and you hear the sound effect. So I think it should keep the fully charged heavy. But cooldown should be less. It should be 10 seconds, I think 5 meter radius. And now it's a lot more viable. Hey, what's up, Mega Fenrir? How you doing? Can I put this list on YouTube or a page? Yes, on YouTube eventually. Can find it there at some point. Not sure when, because I wanna finish the tier list before before uploading, but it's probably gonna be on a few parts. So every part of this tier list has been like a couple of hours, I think. I have an old one there from last year. It's a 7-hour video. We didn't do patch notes back then. Titan Bone is really good for ganking. You can replace it with something else, so it's not going to be S tier. But I think it's up here. Maybe low A tier. Just for the ganks. Or is it? Is that Madman doing? What's are you doing? Doing a tier list. I think high A tier because we have True Sworn. Usually True Sworn is A tier. It's the crit damage one. Tools of the Trapmaster is the new set. Really not amazing. It's kind of like poor man's Null Arkham. But I don't think it's even C tier or high C tier. Poly here, like Doylem is tier, more or less. The problem is, this set is kind of hard to proc, and it doesn't deal as much damage as Null Arkham. It's 5-second duration, you have to deal direct damage to stack it. And then you proc it with a heavy attack. I think it's a fully charged, right? Yeah, you have to do a fully charged heavy attack. You have 5-second duration on the stacks. It's 4 stacks max. I mean, the proc condition is not super hard, but the landing it is gonna be a problem. I think a very simple change here. Makes it a lot more usable. Like this one doesn't need a fully charged heavy. Just a heavy, just a medium weave. Do you remember all these sets? Oof, just too much ESO. Too much theory crafting. Where did I put it? Here. Yeah, I think that's accurate for now. Just make it proccable with medium wave like Marcelok. Maybe it's worth. You could track the stacks and do a medium wave bam. A bit more controllable than Null Arkham, but less damage. Memory too. For certain things, for sure. Thanks. I remember a lot of these sets, especially old ones. So many wasted brain cells. Oof. Yeah, I mean, you can put it that way as well. Tooth Throw, that's major Prophecy and Savagery plus some crit sense. I mean, I don't think it's that terrible because you can use to avoid running Prophecy and Savagery buff sometimes. That probably puts it in C tier for same reasons as something like Medusa. But it's low C tier because you have to double bar it. And is there any way to fix that? Or make it better? I think if you have more crit sense. Oh, it's weapon spell damage actually, not crit sense. Yeah, that's probably fine for it, but it always has to be double barred. Like this could be 300, it wouldn't be OP. And I think it should be 300. But then a lot of the other sets are gonna be a lot worse in comparison. We did buff Hundings and Julianus and other things earlier though. I think 450 on those. Or 400 and 1.2 guess them. So if this was 300 and Major Savage and Prophecy, I think it would be fine. We do the same for the Magica version of that. It's again double bot set. So little obviously some never even heard of. Probably for a reason. Tormentor, this one is interesting. It heals you when you taunt. It's like 55% of the taunt ability. And I think it's an oh no. It's heal on gap close and it taunts when you gap close. I forgot about that. It's not a heal on taunt, it's pretty interesting. You can AoE taunt with explosive stars. It's like 55% of the damage you deal is a heal from the gap loss ability. I don't think it's D tier. I don't think that's D tier. There's probably some funny meme builds you can do with this, but it's probably like here. I don't think it's as good as the Heavy Tech set. It's probably like Explosive Rebuke, Tormentor kind of meme sets. No, could this be better? You can't really sustain spam in gap closers. Oh, and you gain armor. Oh, wait, they changed this. It used to be... it didn't have this line, taunt the first enemy. It just taunted everyone. That's 45% of the damage done. As a heal, so explosive charge on a stack is a big heal, for example. What would I do with this one? It is a one barable set. Put this like up here actually. Maybe the armor could last longer. Or not last longer, but could be more... like 5.2k perhaps? 3642 to 5280. Physical and spell resistance. It's not a good set? No, it's in C tier. It's not a good set, but value-wise it's worth a lot more than other things here. You can one bar it, and you also give a heal to your gap close if you run one, like toppling or explosive. Crit rush would be more big damage actually, or big heal. It's almost spammable damage wise. But it's not worth running, so it needs a small buff. Why is it 45%? Just make it 50. Why 45? Trappings on Invigoration. This is the same as... actually not the same as Magical Furnace. It's the same as, what's it called? Warlock said. John the Childish, thank you for the follow. Thank you. This one is... Where's the Lich Shed? Because I think Magical Furnace was here somewhere. Lich was worse than that. Ah, here. Because it's stem, I think it's worth more. It means you can block, you don't run out of stem to CC break. Buggy music, hold on. Let me fix that. Sorry about the audio issues. Let's play this one. So yeah, it's worth more than Lich. I think worth more than a lot of sets here. Yeah. Maybe here starts to be the limit. It could be better. Should be better. So I think 45-second cooldown. This is disgusting. It's 11.3k stam. Do it by 45, 252. That's 500 flat stam region. If you broke it on cooldown, which you won't. Like, that's not gonna happen. But it could be more than that. I think the cooldown could be... what did we do with the other one? The Magica Furnace. Oh, that one's 30 seconds, right? Reduce cooldown by 5 seconds. So how much would this be if it was 40 seconds? 280, that's probably too little still, 35 seconds. So you have a bigger return on this too, it's sometimes gonna... Actually no, it's not gonna... over sustain, right? It's 25% stam, means that you have at least 11.3k empty. If it was 30 seconds, it would be probably way too much. But 35 seconds. 24, that's 600 and it's still less than Red's Vitality. It can be 30 seconds. I think. But it's more valuable region. It works while blocking. I want to make perma blocking too strong. I think 35 is a good good number. Or maybe even 40. McCloud, thank you for the follow. Thank you. So 45 to 35-second cooldown. Wanna overbuff it. There's a Magica equivalent that we need to also fix. Treasure Hunter. Oh, this is the 2-throw equivalent. Just light armor. I think kinda on the same level. Where's 2-throw? We put it in C tier. So you can buy bar space with it. Only here. What did we do with 2-throw? Because I think it's also weapon elements. Yep. So that's how we fix that one. Truce one, okay, here we go. Giga gank set. It's not really a must-have, you can run other things, so we're not gonna make it a like an S tier set. You don't build around True Sworn. Use it because it is usually the best option. But I would put it very high A tier, probably here. Just gives you a... was it 18% crit damage? A lot of crit sense, because you drop low health with the vamp toggle and whatnot. I don't think we need to change that. It's very strong. Turning Tide also has a good amount of potential. It's major vuln plus AoE. AoE when you bash, you need to block something first so you can backbar this. You get a buff and after you bash, you consume the buff. It sends out a tidal wave, very cool animation. That does a lot of damage and applies major vuln. I think it's worth more than Silver Rose. I think it's a low B tier. For max health builds, because it scales based on max health. Oli here has a very strong debuff. Actually, let's put it here above some of these other ones. This seems about right. I think I would change with Turning Tide. I don't think I would. Maybe the cooldown could be a little bit shorter. But then it might be too OP in PvE. 100% uptime major one without having to run an ultimate for that. So yeah, I don't think we can change that. Shock win. It's also major or minor force. You need to build it up, but it is a way to save bar space. I think it gives you quite a lot of crit chance too, but it's just a worse Grave Lords, or what's it called, the Grave Grasp. We can't rate above that. It's not D tier though, I think. Where did I rank it? Here, Grave Inevitability. No, it's, I think, better than Medusa. Because you get more value out of it. They're both double bar sets. Would I change this? When you deal crit damage, you gain crit chance. And you gain major force at max stacks. Or minor force. You gain 1.7k crit chance, that's a lot. I think this set... they should reduce the amount of stacks required. 10 stacks is a lot. But then it's exactly like the other ones. Maybe longer duration. 8 seconds could make it a bit different, but better than it is right now. So you don't want to make it too easy to keep this up, where you can just... and you don't, because it's still critical damage. You could have it 10-second duration, it wouldn't be OP. So you can just get unlucky and be stuck on one bar, waiting for it to refresh. Yeah, this could be 10 seconds. Wouldn't make it necessarily a 1%. Okay, we just have a couple left. Wolf Norse, this is an interesting one. It has a double 3-piece line. Gives you plus 30% resources restored from heavy attacks. I'm gonna rate it C tier, not because of the 5-piece, but because of the 3-piece. As a max health 2-piece and mag and stam regen 3-piece, kind of like Magma Incarnate or Baron Dusk. And I think the heavy is alright, because if you get plus 30% on the heavy attacks, that's with like Frost heavy attack, that's how much magic do you get? Get 850 per heavy. I mean, it's kinda bad. I think they could make that 50%. Am I overvaluing Wolf Norse? Maybe I am. Maybe it's, yeah, it's high D tier. And I think you could double the amount of sustain you get from heavies. takes time to adjust the heavies. Maybe not double, maybe like plus 50% at least. Small buffs, small buffs. %, 60, 50%. It's probably still not worth running 5-piece, but a little bit better. Undaunted Passion, this is when you take damage, you get a... isn't this a damage shield? It's when you take damage under 75% or something like that. You gain a damage shield. Oh, when you use the taunt ability while under 75. Yeah, this is not good. For a like very conditional proc like this, you need a lot shorter cooldown for it to be worth it. Otherwise, you might as well just run a set that has like 1k less tooltip on the shield, but it procs from taking damage at any percentage. You don't have to use a taunt ability or anything. Because forcing you to use taunt ability is already very restricting. This could be 7 seconds cooldown. Would be on par with Hexus Sword, for example. Oh, was it 10 seconds? I think it was 10, yeah. Seven seconds cooldown. Got all 3 drops during the stream. Oh, been streaming for a while, huh? This is not great. It is a damage cell proc though, but yeah, I think because of proc condition we can't rate it any higher than D tier. Maybe like here. I don't know, having to run a taunt and use it while you're precisely below 75%. It's a bit clunky. Undaunted Infiltrator, this is unusable in PvP. Can't really fix it in PvP, for PvP either because of the against monsters thing. If you make it to full like heavy attack damage against everything, then these things you should place Sergeant as the heavy attack sets, so you don't want that. Unleashed Ritualist, this one is buffed, but I actually don't rate this too highly. I think it's D tier, honestly. Maybe high D tier, but it's D tier. Isn't this plus 16% or something like that? On pet damage, does buff blast bones, does buff things like Atron. Oh, it's 20%. 20%. Okay, not D tier, but it's C tier. It's definitely C tier. Like mid C tier, maybe above Black Foundry still. Below Iron Flask for sure. How do you fix this? Because you can't really buff the damage too much, because then Blast Bones go brr. I don't want that. I don't think we can have a patch note for this, they just need to buff pets. If they buff pets, then... yay. Could be nice. Unleashed Terror is pretty good. Still. Is there anything I would change with Unleashed? I think it's better than Noxus. I think it's better than Oblivion's Foe. Or about the same level. It's like high B tier. Yeah, seems fine there. What will I change with Unleashed? To make myself think I should run it again. Because it's still kinda really good. Maybe the cooldown could be less, maybe 8 seconds cooldown. Yeah, it won't break things. At a little bit less cooldown. Could maybe like gap close before it ends and refresh it. Instead of having to wait for it to run out and then refresh it. And then wait for the gap closer and travel time and... Could be a nice quality of life change. Wanderland's actually pretty decent for ganking. We ranked Dolemis here. This is way better than Dolemis. It's either B tier. I think it's probably B tier. Maybe here. And how would I change that? Increase the radius. I get the idea of the set is that it's like lightning strike, but let's make it 5 meters at least. 4 is kinda sad. People walk out of it. It's a simple change. Okay, we have 6 sets left. Warlock. So it's kinda like the trappings of invigoration. It gives you stats when you drop low stats. But it's worth less than trappings, I think. Unless you run ice stuff, then you can permablock with this or try to make some kind of permablock build, but I think it's probably around here, value-wise. And we just do the same as with the TT mirror set. And reduce cooldown to 35. Viper Sting, good old 2060 meta, 2050 meta. This one should just have more damage, I think, to be worth running. Or you could, what if you could stack this? If you could stack this twice. Would it be OP if Viper did double damage? I think maybe it would be. I have to compare that to Sivara's. I think it's a good comparison point. It's 0.23. So like Sivara's is 0.14. Wait. No, wait, this is 0.23, yeah. Oh, it doesn't... Oh, but Sivara's doesn't either. I need to check this in game at some point, but... Right now it's a bad set. It's not F tier bad, it's not D tier bad. I think Savage Werewolf is a good comparison for this set. Oh wait, this should have a 50% increased chance to proc poisoned. The problem is that this one doesn't have a cooldown, this one does. Same proc condition, same duration on the dot. Has some direct damage, this one doesn't. Point 23. Okay, so they have the same scaling. So it is indeed a very good comparison point. There's no cooldown, you can change targets and proc the Savage Werewolf. Because they do the same thing basically. Shouldn't this also have no cooldown? Oh wait, no, that's the instant damage. But it's the same value every 2 seconds, I see. So it does the same as Viper, it just has a more complicated tooltime. So we just have the same changes with the... and it... and Savage Werewolf is also proccable on multiple targets, there's no cooldown. Four seconds cooldown per target. Could do that. Could also do the same tooltip as with the Savage Werewolf, but either way it needs the extra poison chance to compete with Savage Werewolf. So unless you have one set that's stronger than the other, wanna avoid that. Okay, next. Vikand Sulfurid is the new set. Has a chance of it's an RNG set. Has a chance of giving the target Major Vuln. Oh wait, no, you get a buff. You get Major Berserk, Major Force, or Major Courage. So it's kind of like, what's it called, Sin and Seducer, but in a 5-piece. The problem is the uptime. You can only have like 2 seconds of 2 buffs. So if it wants to be the kind of like Kinmacher, but opposite way around, buffs instead of debuffs on the target, then it's not really doing that. Skin actually gives you 2 buffs almost entire durations. Well, this one is just 2 seconds. But it is a only a C tier, and the buffs you get can be very good, or are very good. I mean, it has to be ranked above a lot of these sets. But the proc condition was heavy attack, right? It's terrible proc condition. Yeah, fully charged heavy. Never mind. Right now this is also fully charged heavy. Get better buffs from this one, slightly better. There is a fix to this. So this is when you deal damage, right? Oh, it's completing. Okay, so you get one of them when you have attack. Makes it slightly better. Where's the... We had the Major Vuln set here somewhere. It's definitely worse than that one. It's better than Rattle Case, probably. Major Vuln set is here. Probably like here. Hey, Saluvakril. Still doing the tier list. At 3 AM. Almost done though. Where did I put it? Oh, I just moved the wrong one. No. Where was this one? I think this was next to Footman. That's the same icon. Okay, it's here. I would run this over Dragon's Appetite. Run this over Magica Furnace. Would I run it over Kaldurians? No. Actually, no. I would not. So how would you fix this? Longer duration, I think that's the biggest issue. Or less cooldown, one of the two. I think cooldown should be less. If you do two heavy attacks within 6 seconds, you should have 2 buffs for 6 seconds. I think that's fair. Nine seconds, 6 seconds cooldown. It's a big buff to a set that's actually terrible. What the newer sets do. That has a bonus hour. Oh yeah, true, they moved the clocks. That actually explains. I was like, how did the time fly by so fast? That explains. Widowmaker, that's a terrible proxy. I think Poly D there. Where is Bill of Nern? It's like Bill of Nern, but worse. It's equally avoidable. And you have to procure alchemical poison. Actually, it's even worse, it's F tier. It might be the first F tier proxy. Or actual proxy. Nah, I think I would run it over Julianus and Hunting Trades. Let's put it here. It's bad. It is bad. You can fix this by increasing the radius, and I think it should get the extra chance to proc poisons. They're gonna make a lot of these poison sets a lot better without making them OP. So yeah, this should be 8 meters, I think. It should be like a big AoE. It's a cleanseable dot. Requires you to proc poison. Or at least 7 meters. 1 meter radius, 7 meter radius. With the extra poison proc sense thing. Same as with Moonhunter. So this way you can kind of try to combine these sets, build around poisons. Right now you can't. Like poisons are just bad, and these sets are bad, like double bad. Okay, Xanmir Spellweaver. This one is not good, sadly. I think it's worse than Draken. Damage-wise. Doesn't have a downside, but I think it's around the same. It's a bit less damage, but without a downside. A lot of people tried this set too when it came out. You don't see those people running this anymore. Or playing the game. So what would I do with this one? Probably more focus on the stage effects. You could honestly make that 25% on stage effects, not the flame, frost and shock damage, that'd be crazy. But the stage proc damage. You could bump that up from 15 to 25. Or maybe, no, 10% is too much. just give plus 5% to LA Explo and Crushing Shock and all of that, then this becomes a little bit too good. It's only like certain stage specs. 15%, 25%. Small buff, maybe pushes it from here to like here to B tier. Could be good. Last one, sense redress. That's when you deal dot damage, it increases the damage taken by the target. I think just because it's a buff for your entire group, it can be D tier, right? Oh, slide X. Oh, never mind. It's 1% more dot damage taken. Oh, never mind. No, it's more damage taken for each dots and you apply it with the light deck. Up to 5%. The problem is you can buff this. You can buff this because of PvP. People run this in PvP. It's probably actually DTR. It's a minor vulnerability basically. Unique minor vulnerability, but you could run this in a group and just make someone take a half a major vulnerability basically. But we can change that. There's not gonna be a patch note for it. Okay. I think that about sums it up for today. All the dungeons is done. I think that's the biggest group of sets. Most sets is gonna be a lot quicker. We probably do most sets and mythics next Monday, or this Monday.